Fox on Tech.
13-year-old Drew Mendelow was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in September and needed to be hospitalized at Children's National Hospital in D.C. He says it was a lot to take in and learn and that he'd need an app to track things like insulin doses and blood sugar. But he had trouble finding an app with everything he needed. Bryn Marks is a doctor at the hospital.
Some of them have a fee. Some of them have ads. Some of them don't allow you to use different doses at different times of day.
So Mendelow decided to create his own app with everything he needed.
And I taught myself to code games over the summer. And I said, an app's not too far off. So from the day I got home from the hospital, I started working on my own app.
The hospital tested it out and is so happy they're suggesting the app to other patients. You can now get the T1D1 on both iPhones and Androids.
It makes me feel really good because it's really helping them a lot, and I know it's making their lives easier, and that makes me feel really good about it.
With Fox on Tech, Brett Larson, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
It's coming soon. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That reassurance from the leaders of Operation Warp Speed, the U.S. government's effort to fast-track vaccine production. Fox's Eben Brown has more live.
And Lisa, things are on track for a thorough but quick approval by the FDA for candidate coronavirus vaccines from both Pfizer and Moderna. And now a third formula, this one from Johnson & Johnson, is getting ready for phase 3 clinical trials.
Now, the breakthrough that we hope with this vaccine is that it's a one-shot vaccine with very fast efficacy achieved.
Unlike the others, which require 2 rounds to work, says Dr. Monsif Slaoui, the Operation Warp Speed chief medical advisor. Production of Moderna and Pfizer's vaccine is already underway, and 20 million Americans could be vaccinated in a matter of weeks. Lisa?
Thanks, Eben. The FDA holds a hearing next week on Pfizer's version, which won its first approval today in Britain. A day after the U.S. Attorney General said no evidence of widespread election fraud has been found. White House spokeswoman Kayleigh McEnany says the Trump campaign keeps fighting.
The president has said that he believes all legal votes should be counted and all illegal votes should not be counted. And in fact, the campaign is pursuing that litigation. I can't get into the details of that litigation here, but they still do have active cases in Nevada and Wisconsin.
McEnany also noting that Attorney General Barr has emphasized the difference between the federal criminal justice system and allegations that should be made in civil lawsuits. An Olympic champion who helped subdue an assassin has died. Rayford Johnson was one of the world's greatest athletes when he won the decathlon at the Rome Olympics in 1960. He was working on Robert F. Kennedy's presidential campaign when Kennedy was shot and killed. Johnson and 2 others capturing the shooter, Sirhan Sirhan, moments later. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafa I'm Chelsea Nicholas, and I'm the co-chair for this year's G is for Giving, as well as a proud alumna of the University of Guam. G is for Giving is an annual campaign that kicks off on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving and runs through the end of the year. Known as Giving Tuesday, it is an international day of giving, and this year's theme is Weaving Community. On Guam, we know a little something about weaving community, as we're all intertwined and interconnected in the spirit of Inaf Malik. When one of us thrives, the island thrives. This is why I support G is for Giving's mission to support scholarships, programs, and research. As an alumna, I know how difficult it is to balance going to school and worrying about how you're going to pay for school. In these uncertain times, students are even more at risk because of economic hardship beyond their control. G is for Giving aims to bridge that gap and take away at least some of the burden. For more information on how you can give, visit give.uog.edu or call the UOG Endowment Foundation at 735-2957. Have a happy and safe holiday.
A New York City man accused of making death threats against Biden supporters faces a judge.
Brian Majorana's lawyer entered a not guilty plea on his behalf in a federal courtroom in Brooklyn. He was arrested on November 10th after allegedly using social media to target police, protesters, and politicians, one of which was believed to be Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He was indicted a week later. Majorana also faces weapons charges after guns were found at his Staten Island home. Prosecutors say he also wanted to blow up an FBI building. His next court appearance will be in February. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The newest U.S. Senator is former astronaut Mark Kelly, sworn in today after defeating Republican Martha McSally to finish John McCain's term. Kelly's wife is former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, critically wounded in a deadly shooting at a meet-and-greet event in 2011. Multiple failures on multiple levels. That bottom line from federal safety investigators on the crash in New Hampshire that killed 7 bikers last year. The report says the system failed to keep that driver off the road.
23-year-old Vladimir Zukovsky's impairment from drugs, the probable cause for him crossing the line on a New Hampshire highway last year, killing 7 bikers. That after several infractions for drunk driving.
The truck driver's license had been suspended in Connecticut a month earlier. It would have also been suspended in Massachusetts, but for a processing error.
NTSB Chairman Robert Sumwalt, the report also blames the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration that the NTSB contends didn't do enough to address problems at the now shuttered transportation company that Zukovsky was working for. He remains jailed on homicide charges and has pled not guilty.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. An hour to the close on Wall Street, stocks turning higher. The Dow's now up 52 points. And Lisa Brady, this is Fox News.
This Christmas, window shopping and gift purchases might be done more online than ever before. Don't let scammers ruin the spirit of the season. Keep your information safe with these tips. When shopping online, use a secure and trusted network. When checking out, look for the lock icon in your browser bar and ensure the site you're on is valid by confirming the URL. Lastly, keep track of your spending by checking your bank statements often. For more online safety tips, visit the Fraud Information Center at bankofguam.com. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Here's an important message to federal employees and annuitants from Take Care. Given the extraordinary challenges presented this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this year's open season is like no other in the way you'll access information and choose a plan. Open season runs from November 9 through December 14. Exciting changes are being made across all Take Care plan options to expand access to care. To learn more, visit www.takecareasia.com/openseason20 or call 647-3526. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Half a day, good morning. It's 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news. On this Thursday morning, 31 new positive COVID-19 cases reported yesterday out of a total of 752 tests that were administered yesterday. To date, there have been a total of 6,920 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 112 deaths. The number of cases in active isolation also down to just over 800. Of the 31 new cases, 5 were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. 38 people in the hospital with 10 in the intensive care unit, 7 of those on ventilators. Well, the mass testing will continue through Saturday in the 3 locations that have been set up at the Agate Senior Center, the Gigo Gym, and the Teason Field. They are running from 9 until noon through Friday and then 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. on Saturday. There is no mass testing on Sunday. The governor is encouraging more people to take advantage of the free testing, but is also urging people to stay vigilant in their effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. She gives credit to the community for a low CAR score. As of yesterday, the COVID area risk score is at 3.4. The CAR score accounts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. Now, an ideal CAR score for Guam would be 5.0. And the governor on her Facebook page says that she wants to see 14 days of low scores before she considers lifting any COVID restrictions. She does say once the COVID vaccines are administered here, Guam could revert back to pre-COVID life. This while Guam stands in line to receive up to 7,000 COVID-19 vaccines. It could come by the end of the month. The Daily Post reports the first batch of the vaccine on Guam will be coming from Pfizer. The Pfizer vaccine is awaiting FDA approval for mass use, but United Airlines has already positioned itself to operate charter flights to distribute the vaccine to Guam. Well, more news right after this.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
A woman was placed under arrest and back in quarantine after she refused to cooperate with authorities upon her arrival at the Guam International Airport. 54-year-old Susan Leslie Hogue was arriving at the airport when she refused to be quarantined in a government facility. Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says that she did agree to be transported to the hotel but still refused the quarantine. She was eventually booked and released and then transported back to quarantine where she was confined there. It will now be up to the Attorney General to pursue criminal charges against the woman. And the return to normalcy won't come soon enough, and the lights of Christmas have already begun to be dimmed, with word that there will be no Christmas lights in Tumon this season. And with that, the Guam Visitors Bureau reports that the new year will also be silent and the skies dim, with the fireworks show canceled. GVB is struggling with a huge decline in visitor arrivals. Also found it difficult to get sponsors to support the cost of the fireworks display on New Year's. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your...
That sucks.
Rain report.
That sucks.
I know.
That's boo, yes. That's Real Joe.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Your assignment this morning, Real Joe.
Right away, sir.
Is to go and get plans for making canyons for the backyard.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I know how to do that.
Right. Well, there's every little... every tomorrow boy and girl knows how to make those kinds of things. See what Charforus knows. Get a hold of Charforus and see if maybe he knows something we might be able to add to the mix here. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, here's the weather. High risk of rip currents along east-facing Reese today. We got cloudy skies and showers and isolated thunderstorms. Many of those have been falling through most of the evening. So, and it seems to me that your mileage might vary on this one here, because I didn't see a whole lot of rain on the way in, but I heard a heck of a lot of rain overnight tonight. Let me give you an idea of what the radar imagery is looking like right now. And you can see some clouds coming in. It looks like we've got a break in some of that action before too much longer. But expect cloudy skies today, showers, isolated thunderstorms. Southeast winds up to about 20 miles an hour. Daytime highs today, 84 degrees. For tonight, there's cloudy, scattered showers, and isolated thunderstorms. Southeast winds, 10 to 15 miles an hour. And expected overnight low should be about 77 degrees. Heat index today, by the way, 90 or so. The forecast for tomorrow, Friday, and Friday night. Mostly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms, drat. East winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, highs near 87, and overnight low should be about 78 degrees. Sunrise this morning, not for another 20 minutes or so. 6:29 is when they've got that forecast. Sunset tonight at 5:52. That's 5:52. Hashtag tell the others. You know the guys and where we're all going to be hanging out tonight. 6:11 in the morning. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 66 years.
Win a staycation getaway with 76 Circle K. Enter to win a 2-night stay in the luxurious Tsubaki Tower with breakfast at the Casa Oceano and an hour of pure bliss at the Spa Ayala for 2. And then choose your adventure. A 3-hour ocean escapade with Shut Up and Fish, the premier ocean tour service, or take a heart-pounding water adventure and go jet skiing with Joe's Jet Ski. Just purchase $30 or more in fuel at 76 Circle K for a chance to win. Visit 76 Circle K today and win the staycation of a lifetime. Conditions apply. See store for details.
Are you fed up with those long bank lines? Do you wish you had a bank who gave you faster service? Well, by enrolling in Bank Pacific's new mobile app, you don't even need to wait in line. But even if you do want to come down in person, we're more than happy to see your smiling face, as long as you have a mask. Because our service is so good, we don't believe in lines. Because for 66 years, we've been making sure you get the service you deserve. Because where others put branches, we place roots. And we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
I got you. 6:12 in the morning, portion to the Ray Gibson Show. You know, this one here where I like to talk about going to eat breakfast over at KFC. Why? Because there's so much that you can explore on that KFC breakfast menu. They got island specials featuring the fried rice bowl, chicken fried rice bowl. They've got loaded platters, chicken rice bowl, and the Colonel's chicken congee. Bunch of sides that you can get, including biscuits and hash browns, and even iced coffee. Yeah, take all that stuff waiting for you for a holiday breakfast at KFC this morning. Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by APL, American President Lines. Global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters.
888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I got all kinds of people were lamenting early on the program the fact that there is not going to be the beautiful Village of Illumination at Tumon, where the Hyatt is over at the next door thing, right across the Hyatt tennis courts is where they put the thing last year, right?
Yeah, bummer.
There's got to be there's got to be something that we can do, you know. And I don't know if they now last year there was a beautiful Christmas village down in Petey that the mayor had put together.
Yes.
And he was there. He was cooking buñuelos dogu.
Wow.
While he was down there. I mean,
speaking of buñuelos dogu,
I was gonna. It's a question. It's actually a question that I have on the Ray Gibson.
It's also the answer.
Sex is not the answer.
Okay.
Sex is the question. Yes is the answer. And you can change out sex and put beer in there if you want to. I mean, if you thought that was a little bit too much for a Thursday morning. No, I have a thing is the where are they question segment of the Ray Gibson table of contents here this morning. And so there's where are Girl Scout cookies? Do we normally do Girl Scout cookies now, or do we order them around now?
You start ordering it now. January's the time when they start coming
It's so tricky because, we haven't been, I'm not getting the harassing calls from the Girl Scouts these days. And so I'm worried a little bit about that. And now Christmas trees, they are available. Does it just cost you less than Home Depot that are doing Christmas?
I've only seen Home Depot, but I guess I haven't.
I don't pass by cost you less on a regular basis. So I haven't paid any attention. And then, of course, the other one is number 3. Where are the buñuelos dogo here this morning?
Well, Steve's son was outside of the guard. I think it was this weekend.
Now, when we say Steve's son, we're talking about
Steve Ignacio,
the chief of police.
Yes.
Who is Mr. Buñuelos.
Well, their family is the Buñuelos family. And it's so good.
So it's uncooked?
No, they do both. You can buy it. You can buy the mush and make it yourself. Or you can buy the one that I don't know if it's par cooked. But then there's the one that's already prepared, and they give you the honey or the syrup that comes with it.
We need to harass the chief of police here. Forget
So
about
good.
everything else.
Right
I
away,
don't
sir.
care, we do one with squad cars. Never mind. Give me the upshot on the guy that got shot, the police shooting. I don't care about any of that stuff. I want to know about what's up with the buñuelos dog. How do we buy them? How much can we buy? That kind of thing. And what's it cost?
I'll wake him up right now.
They appreciate that. 668. You tell him. You tell Chief of Police Ray Gibson wants to talk to you immediately.
Yes, sir.
888-825-5888-TALK. I suppose we ought to get started here. That's the real Joe Cruz. He gets the phone when you call at that telephone number. The WhatsApp machine is working. The meme machine is working this morning. 988-5874. That's 988-5874. Monte Silva Tyrant, of course, with all the big news and the big stories that we're going to be talking about here all day long. Can I tell you what I did yesterday? I haven't done this,
Are we going to fight?
No, we're not going to fight.
Okay.
I wanted to, because somebody had sent me a note yesterday and was apologizing for missing the show, and I said, "Wow, I tell you what." I was brilliant, and I was going to find a place in the
one time, and you missed it.
Anyway, so I wanted to send her a particular part of the program. So I started right around here, just after 6 o'clock in the morning, and as we get into some of the conversation. And one of the things that I caught while I was watching this thing was how fast I talk.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's just, how do you people keep up with me?
We don't. We just tune you out.
Okay, I was wondering about that. Because it's just one topic to the other and just bang, bang, bang with the names and all of this other stuff. And you got to kind of, I guess, listen fast. So this morning, as I am actively in my head trying to slow my roll just a little bit for those of you that might have a hard time or need to catch up with the program, and if you think you heard something but are not really sure, just a reminder, we keep all of this stuff online. It's available at YouTube. Just search for The Ray Gibson Show. It's also available as a video on demand on Facebook and more. Speaking about demanding people, let's go push the button on this.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
Where's James Howard? Where's James Howard?
He's waiting for a connection.
Waiting for a connection?
Yeah,
I
he-
love connection.
I knew it.
Oh, my God.
He can't afford internet anymore.
You want to try that again? What happened to it? Now he doesn't have any internet?
Well, you know, he's just back on island, and so he's waiting for hookup. So he's kind of detoxing his.
Waiting for a hookup. Okay, that was almost as good as waiting for the connection.
Oh, man.
Does he not have a provider?
All of the above.
The good Lord is his provider.
Do we need to send the GTA team of specialists out to him?
I think so. So I think he's having a difficult time because he's.
I'd be going through withdrawals.
He is going through
I would
withdrawals.
totally
Go to
be going
Facebook
through
page.
withdrawals. I would be. How is he getting to Facebook?
He's not.
He's not.
I think he was able to find a little bit of a link.
Right?
Just kind of post.
Don't they
Late last night, he poked his head in late last night. I don't know if he went somewhere and he got on someone's internet.
It's like a turtle, you know, where they're swimming along and then all of a sudden they pop.
Yeah,
their
who's
head
got free public IP?
Yeah.
You get those kids hanging out outside McDonald's, right?
He's outside of Infusion right now.
Just go in and buy the coffee. Nobody's going to get mad. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, top 10 people that have actual connections to the. Anybody got any spare data you can give to James Howard? Just every little bit helps. Even if it's only five megabytes. That's going to be enough to help him get online. And because the guy needs some editorial. We all need an editorial outlet one way or the other. Elizabeth Gumatautau at number 1 today. Nice, good job, Liz. Dave Torrey comes in at number 2. I see Felix Bumba. Lynn McAfee is there. J.B. Sinicholas, who is the official secret shopper for the Ray Gibson show and has been now, is it 2 years running, something like that? And JB, counting down the days, he says 21 days and 17 hours away from Christmas. Ugh. Just ponder that but it's okay. It's not like there's going to be a knockdown, drag out Christmas because COVID-19. We're all supposed to be doing our part. ZZ Tatminglu is there. Rico Blancaflor coming in at, what is that, number 7, number 8. Jerome McDonald online, and there's Wen. Good morning, Rowena. Nice to see you there. And Manny and Ning Ray just round out the top 10 this morning at 6:21. We'll take a look at some of the other names. I got Janice Wong and Simon Sanchez watching. And Anne-Marie Sablan Trousseau saying buenos, and Eunice Buenos, as in Buenos Doggo. Brad Wood. Wondering, maybe the show needs a mascot. Now I'm thinking of a drunk monkey. A mascot for the program. Hold on a second. Because I don't think they're using this right now. This came to me from the Encore Magic Show over at what was the Fiesta, right? What's his name? Anthony Reed's.
Yeah.
And he actually they have this. This is an image of a real cat that they have that's in the show, and they brought it by the radio station because it was going to be one of those interview things. I was going to do one of those Cal Worthington and his dog Spot things on the program, and the cat started freaking out, and I was okay with the cat freaking out because I know it was out of its cage, out of its element. It was when the handler started freaking out, saying, "You guys, I got to get this thing home. I don't know what's going to happen to it." But here's the stuffed animal of the thing. It's Cleo, the cat over at the show, and I think I still hear Cleo when I pass by the place. So if we absolutely need a mascot, that could be it for a couple of minutes. Sarah Guerin saying, "Good morning, Thirsty Thursday." Sarah, we're talking Thursday therapy today. And with the weather and ramping into the holidays, could be one of those things where everybody's going to need it. Eric Rosario says, "Love your lights." Thank you very much. In case you haven't noticed, if you look above my head, you will see we've got Christmas lights here in the studio. It's I know it's a cheap, tawdry broadcast video trick. These aren't actual Christmas lights, ladies and gentlemen. It's just an animated GIF file that I put up there. But I want to say it makes things a little bit more, I don't know, Christmassy. Did you get that feeling? Did you get the Christmas feeling when you were watching Tall Tales yesterday?
A little bit.
Going, wow, it's like Bob Klitsky's broadcasting from the North Pole. This is just so beautiful. Rico Blancaflor, 180,000 vaccines is a small dent to the millions. The 3 pharma companies, Governor Lucia just asked for that much instead of just the initial 2,000. She's got clout, right, because of that Roosevelt. She's milking it. We need more vaccines. I think the number is now 7,000 is on the Guam Daily Post. That's what it says. 7,000 vaccines are going to be arriving. We'll see if we can spend some time with some of the movers and shakers on that one. Eric Rosario also saying, Montesilva. Yes, and we do actually have a Montesilva in the studio. Another one of these cheap tawdry video tricks. This is not really Montesilva. It's an animated gift, just like the Christmas lights above. I got Juanita Machi is there. Anita Okazaki, good morning to Sandra Regis. And Tuk Masao watching the program. Mike Grace Bloss and Rick Mendiola are there. Sharon Tobin says, I'm getting tired of being part of a major historical event. Anybody else? God, I hadn't thought about it that way, Sharon, but thanks for putting it. We have all of us participated in something that people will be talking about for decades. The COVID-19, the Wuhan virus, the ridiculous response, and I want to say a whole lot of knee-jerk reactions. I was looking at some of the numbers and pondering them here this morning. What have we tested? 87,000 people now since March. That's like half the population. And so when do we get to extrapolate? And somebody with better math skills than me will. Simon Sanchez got good math skills. So we've actually tested 87,320 people. As better than half of the population, right? And from that, we've gotten 6,920 confirmed cases, round numbers, 6,920. So is it possible that we take a look at the numbers and go, well, you know, maybe if this thing lasts another 10 months or something like that, or we don't get to any kind of herd immunity because of herd immunity or the vaccine, can we live with 14,000 COVID cases here on Guam? Could we live with something like that? We've lost 112 people. And if we lost 112 people out of that first half count, are we okay with losing about 225 people when we say that we're all finally said and done with all of this? And if that's the case, then how can we get to that end piece a little bit faster? Don't know. We'll see if we can get Macris on that subject a little bit later on in the morning at 6:25 in the morning. Let me go back to the names here. I got Pat Saho, Dennis Benza, Cheryl Ochai, and Bob Tacloban are watching the program. Joe T. Tatminglu is there. My buddy Joey keeps it too. Joey, I want you to know that I have two religious face masks that I'm wearing for COVID-19. One of them Shelley got me, which is it's a special one that they made for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. And then the other one is the one that you made for me. I haven't opened up Shelley's yet. So generally when I'm out and I'm feeling, that I'm close to the rapture, yours is the one that I wear, bro. Joe, I'm serious. Let me see. Rudy Rodolfo is there. The original Burger King is online. Punch Nuke, good morning to you. Tykenko, Farron Amber is there. Nice to see you again. Joe Dizon and Dale Audette. Good morning to Dennis Larson. Dennis Larson was late to the program yesterday. I was surprised he made it in because he had gone fishing. He said the Wahoo are running. Dennis, I don't know if you sent it to me, but if you did, I'll see if I can get these posted up on the screen because I'd like to see just about how many Wahoo, etc., you were able to pull out of God's beautiful blue ocean. And if you did, where are the Wahoo steaks for Real Joe and Montesilva? Well, do you want Wahoo steaks?
Oh yes.
Okay, because you do a lot of fishing yourself, so I figured maybe you were.
I would never say no.
All right.
If somebody is offering me.
We're so poor. We're destitute here at the radio station. We're reduced now to asking fishermen to bring some of their catch by the radio station. and could you bring it in a cooler with ice because we don't have a whole lot of freezer space in the back. Tony Uggan is online. Andy Camacho, Randy Kruger. Good morning to Eric Rosario. Eric again. Dennis. And Jerome McDonald, Patty Cruz, Flora, Garrido, McIntosh. Good morning, Ray, Mana, and Real Joe. Tim Lujan is there. Rick Duenas. And somebody asked, what happens if you get all of the Wuhan vaccines? Because there are several out there. There's, what do we got? There's the German one and the Pfizer one, and there's 2 or 3 others that they're looking very, very strongly at right now. And an interesting question, if you take the Pfizer one, when you get the booster shot for it later on, do you take the Pfizer or maybe you want to try out one of the other ones? And what could happen to you if you had a cocktail of all of them? I want
to try them all.
What was it? What was that? What's the name of that movie, the thing you're not supposed to feed it after midnight or something like that?
Gremlins,
exactly. So do you go from being, all fluffy and cute to the zombie, not fluffy, not cute, claws, fangs, etc.?
We're about to find out.
It's the Kung Flu. Pam Duvall, the mom of the show, is there. Let me see. Josh Lassiter, Valerie Tenodra is there. Kenneth Paulino, Josie Cruz, Dee Cabrera, Jane Nauta hanging out. Nick Perlowski, good morning to you, buddy. LMS is putting up some lights across the mall. Oh, really? In that containers zoo that they've got there? That's not bad. Can we go there?
Can we congregate?
Can we congregate in the lights over by LMS at the mall? Jacqueline Diaz is there. Pre-orders going for the Girl Scout cookies. That's the answer we're looking for from Sandra Rages. Eric says Girl Scout cookies. Check Paul. Sarah Garin says I already ordered our Girl Scout cookies from my friend from the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service. Sarah, when you say our Girl Scout cookies, are you talking about you and your family and the kids, or our, as in Ray Gibson show, this family here? Inquiring minds want to know. Matt Galendez is there. Let me see. Remy Delgado Komatsu is online this morning. Post Canteen with a story that I first became aware of yesterday. He says, Anderson Air Force Base has lifted restrictions on retirees and veterans, allowing 7-day access. And my first response was, I don't know what the hell that means. I don't shop up there, Mona. What the heck does that mean?
It means anyone with an ID can now access the commissary and exchange. Because it was only restricted to active duty personnel or essential personnel Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, ID retirees and
this is where I start to get lost. But so anybody except the actives.
Yes.
Okay. So, and everybody else had their own specific hours.
Well, no. If you're a retiree or a guard member, you would have to wait, or a dependent, you'd have to wait until the weekend to shop.
Okay.
On Anderson.
How about Salvation Army Reserve? Can we? No.
I don't know what war they fought, but it's clear from the spoils in the store that they won. So that's effective in a half hour, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, so this morning at 7 o'clock, all of that goes back into effect. I'll read the thing.
The Navy base had opened up their access to everyone.
Yeah, but you can't get to Navy anymore because the traffic is so bad down there. Nobody wants to go. I mean, it's like people only go there if they have to go there, or they bought a PS5.
It would definitely ease up some of the lines and congestion down at Navy now that Anderson is back open.
Could be some of that. Rico B asking, where can I order Girl Scout cookies? Want the mint ones. Sandra Rages says, you also ask a million questions at one time. Thanks. I think that's part of the charm of the show. And wondering which one my interview guest is going to try to answer first. Elizabeth Gumatauta is there. Says, Ray joined the wet T-shirt contest. What? Hello? Is it? Just take it off. Do you want me to? Okay. So
explain this.
Well, yeah. Okay, fine. Let me. I gotta turn stuff off. I gotta clear the screen here. So we maintain a very close relationship with the University of Guam's Endowment Foundation, and they asked me, because you can hear we're running stuff for them, right? With those PSAs about G is for giving. And so they said, Ray, would you be willing to wear a G is for giving shirt? And the answer is, as long as I have to actually give anything. If all I got to do is wear the shirt, fine, no problem. That's it, you got it. And so they brought me the shirt, and I'm sorry, that's not what you think it is. Whatever it is that you think is sticking out in the shirt, it's not what you think it is. I would normally be wearing 2 headphones, but it is my custom as a broadcaster to only have the 1 set of monitors in the ear so I can hear what Real Joe is talking about, or sometimes what I'm talking about. Francis Salas is there, Mike Grace Blas, Todd Zell Wi-Fi. Pam Duvall, we were talking about James Howard and his lack of Wi-Fi. Pam Duvall says, I'm his provider. Very, very nice. I got Francis Salas, Mike Grace Blas, Colin Clark, Cat, as in a Tomorrow Tiger, absolutely. And Sarah says, Magandan Umaga, Ray, Mana, and Real Joe, and point listeners from the beautiful island of Guam. Let me see, Henry Manglotnia, Vince Pangolinan, CJ Bam is there. Good morning to Peter Gill, MP Ogo, J.A. Ag. John Onanich is
here. I am, Lord.
Good morning to Keena McCausland, Flora Garrido McIntosh. How many of the confirmed cases were false positives? We'll never know. We'll never know. I'm wondering how many of these positive results that we have are retests that people took that were positive again, and they said, okay, that's 691. Real Joe took a test. He's still positive 692. I don't know that they refer to individuals as much as they might refer to actual test scores, and that's kind of tricky. Mark Anthony, Adita Sardea is there. Cindy, Gallagher, Bolatolo, Gretchen Lanzo is there. Good morning, Gallagher. And where's the husband already? Is just you and I this morning. Stephen Martinez and Mark Cruz is doing the waves. So is Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada?
Biba.
I heard he's running for senator.
Yeah, he did.
How about that? Did he win?
He did win.
For the Republicans.
Biba.
How about that? Do your best with the girls, bro. Do your best with the girls, because it's going to be a cat. You thought the cat fighting was bad already. Just wait. Just wait until you guys are sworn in. Cousin Troy is online.
Good morning, Chalu.
And cousin Troy, of course, looking around to see if he can get any kind of answers from the people over at the incoming 36 Guam legislature on what it is that they intend to do. And, oh, by the way, could you do it in public so everybody can see what's going on? If GVB's not doing fireworks this year, that's where we're getting our fireworks from, over at the legislature. Rosita, Lujan, Perez, and Lee Stolley's online. The FYI, Thin Mints will not make you thin. Reasonable assumption? I'm willing to give that theory a check. It's 6:34 in the morning, and welcome to everybody. Bunch of items in the table of contents, lots of stuff to go over, and doing my best as we ramp into get closer to the weekend to try to spend as little time as possible on COVID-19 stuff. Maybe some political gossip floating around, and a story that comes to us from COVID-19. I had BJ Cruz on the radio yesterday describing how he and his staff working with the federal government and the big accountants in the federal government on how to conduct an audit, and he says that the people in the federal government said, BJ, you're better at this than anybody else. This is exactly the kind of thing that we'd like to see. So he pursued a performance audit on the spend of the COVID-19, and wow, how about that? Wouldn't you know it? Folks over at the governor's office, BBMR, and the Department of Administration got a little bit butthurt about that report, and we'll read to you a little bit later what they had to say. At 6:35, right now, time for our first look at news and headlines. With that, here's Mana Silva Tyron.
31 new positive COVID-19 cases were reported yesterday out of a total of 752 tests that were administered. Of the 31 new cases, 5 were identified through contact tracing, and 1 was reported to be at quarantine after having recent travel. There are 38 people in the hospital with 10 in intensive care. As of yesterday, the CAR score was at 3.4. The governor says she wants to see 14 days of a low score before she considers lifting any COVID restrictions on her Facebook page. She also says once the vaccines are administered here, Guam could revert back to the pre-COVID life that we once knew. This while Guam stands in line to receive up to 7,000 COVID-19 vaccines. It could come by the end of the month. The Guam Daily Post reports that the first batch that will come to Guam will come from Pfizer, and that is still awaiting approval from the FDA. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Thanks, Mona. It's 6:36 in the morning, and somebody was asking earlier what would happen if you mixed and matched the different vaccines that are out there. We've actually got a picture of one of the test patients that managed to get their hands on the 3 different vaccines that are out there, and this is apparently the result. Those of you who are watching,
familiar.
He looks a little like James.
it just needs the glasses.
Yeah.
Barracuda 2. That's Cuda 2 is what we're looking at there. And if you're wondering what the heck it is that we're giggling about, see, this is why we do this thing on Facebook Live and the YouTube Lives, and it might be worth talking about right now. We've got signal opportunities from that's old. I don't know. I just got. You heard my phone go off. You know what that is? Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is upset. He is upset. I don't want to say he's angry, but could you almost feel the foundation as the planets shake just for a second there?
Yeah.
Any idea why my phone is no longer popping up on your show? 2 days now. He says 2 days. He should be in there with the Sarahs and the Mike Graces and the JBs and all of that stuff, and the Rico B's and the Daves. He said it's not. I don't know why.
Zuckerberg, sir. Zuckerberg.
It could be. There could be some high-level censorship going on. Could be. Maybe. You know what it is? somebody over at the governor's office, and every time we mention your name, we always say, bring back the sunshine.
Bring back the sunshine.
Or just how much better things would be if you were actually in charge of things these days. And I'm sure that somebody over at Adelup gets triggered by that, so they found a way to filter your name so it doesn't show up. And we don't get to say things like, bring back the sunshine. It could be something along those lines.
We need it today especially.
Absolutely, absolutely. But thanks very much for notifying me of this issue. We'll see what we can find out about it. In the meantime, good to know that former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is among the listening and viewing audience here this morning. So if you've got some comments that you would like to, in fact, you should. If you've got some things that you'd like him to see here, maybe to take back to Adelup with him for the next time he runs up there, or, for a visit and a meeting and a chat and all of that kind of thing. Maybe something else to bring up in a Zoom. Now would be a good time to do that because he's right there online. 6:38. Speaking of online, we'll be back online after these messages.
Afternoon, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The meme machine is online this morning. I love this. I got from one of the listeners sent it in. It's one of those Facebook things that says, Mark safe from playing with my dog today. and that's for, I guess, all of the old people that are watching and listening to the program. Joe Biden playing with the dog, and I don't know, something happened, and now he's in a boot. Although some people said it's not really one of those orthopedic boots that he's got, as much as it's one of those ankle tracking devices that are out there. So Kamala Harris knows where he is at all times. Here's that particular meme. Portions of the program here brought to you by the guys over at where's this, Wendy's now. The 2 for $5 deal is back, and you might be wondering how that works. Well, let me explain it to you then. Here's the deal. You choose from the following: new classic chicken, Dave's single, spicy chicken sandwich, or 10-piece nuggets. And for $5, you can choose any 2 of those items. And as usual, the way this kind of thing works, you could go eat there every day with that $5 and have a different combination just about every day. Call in advance for curbside pickup or drive up to get your 2 for $5 deal today at Wendy's. Now that's better.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
That's a traffic noise. Let's see what's going on here. A little bit of traffic already building up at the intersection of 1 and 2 down south. San Hadza, a little bit of traffic at, where is that, Route 4? Let me zoom into some of that, see what's going on. About the same place as it was yesterday. Maybe a little bit of around the Ordot at Salapago area as you're making your way into the downtown Agutnia area. Looking at a little bit of traffic there on Route 8 coming into Marine Corps Drive. Actually, it looks like traffic going up from Marine Corps Drive onto Route 8. I can zoom in on that just a little bit and see, yeah, it looks like there might be something going on, some kind of problem. Maybe somebody got a little fender bender. There was one last night over by Pokey Fry.
Yeah.
There was a car trying to get into the entrance to Pokey Fry before another car was trying to make it up the hill.
Yeah.
And apparently both of them were on the phone at the same time or doing their makeup or something like that at the same time. Neither one of them saw each other despite the fact that it was broad daylight and not raining. But that's just the way it is. A little bit of traffic over by the Agutnia swimming pool. That's probably Johnny Atulai and his friends throwing tilapia in the water so we can at least get something good out of that thing. They did that. He did that years ago. Do you know the Legion and Legend of Johnny Atulai?
Yeah.
When they gave us Naval Air Station back, there used to be this beautiful Olympic swimming pool that they had, and my favorite. Yeah. Oh, they had Olympic diving on it, right?
Oh, next to GPD. Yeah, the building
where
there.
the
pool.
GPD. Yeah, they had a swimming pool up there, and they had one of these, 20-meter.
The high one.
The high one and the middle one. I never had the guts to go all the way to the top. But anyway, so they had the thing, and then obviously if the military's not paying for it, Guam can't maintain anything, and it turned green as fast as anybody knows. And here comes Johnny Atulai going, wonder how many tilapia I could raise in that. And so he put a boy tilapia and a girl tilapia in there and started taking tilapia out of the thing. And I'll never understand this. Somebody took offense to that and made him stop and then drained it. And I want to say bulldozer covered over the thing once upon a time.
I want to know how he knew it was a boy and a girl.
You know, that's just the ways of Johnny Atulai. That's, you know, you got to, he's the fish whisperer. Stop that. 8:43 in the morning. That's all the time we got for traffic. Be right back.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Mezcla Dos Upper Tumon are now open for takeout and delivery services. For more information, call now at 479-2652 or 3 or Mezcla Dos at 646-6295. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comfort of your own home. They take your local favorite dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
6:43 in the morning. You need something fast? Go to the nearest Subway and try out the new barbecue chicken sandwich. They love this thing. It's got all kinds of flavor on it. Obviously, barbecue and chicken, which you're going to eat at some point anyway. I'm showing you a picture of a regular one, but you can get this in a foot-long configuration. Buy another one for only $5 today at Subway.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I had a day that Troy Torres, that voice of Candid News, he's so funny. He has sent me a meme, and as I said, the meme machine is working. So if you want some fun stuff to have on your phone that you can share, just like we did yesterday with me playing the Ave Maria on the flute, you can try this. Have you seen this, Mana, from Candid News? You read about the story about the woman that came to the airport and refused quarantine.
Yeah.
You can't do that to me. Do you know who I am?
That's the hairstyle.
And there's the Karen hairstyle. Karen has arrived on Guam, refused quarantine, arrested, and then sent to quarantine jail. And now they're going to put him in the same boat as what's his name, Mad Max. You remember in the beginning of all of this, the first guy with the white flags and trying to get the attention of, I don't know, this the A team or something. Please rescue me. Wait, at some point.
So now I'm wondering, since she's obviously forced into quarantine. Can we still drop things off to her? I'm not that I would.
So
I
are you saying,
her,
is there a punitive level of quarantine?
Can her family drop cigarettes and
Playboys?
Food and stuff to her?
You know, like we used to do with our friends in jail?
Or is she like in jail?
Now, you had asked yesterday, and I'm going to give you credit for this. I was going to do it yesterday, but I'm lazy, and I figured somebody else would do it anyway, and it turns out it would be Candid that put this together. There needs to be,
thank you.
like we have the elf on a shelf thing, and every day there's a mark on getting closer and closer to Christmas. Cousin Troy has put this together now, 14 days below 5.0, and he's got the dates here. We've got Monday the 30th, which was our first day under 5, and now here we are, a car score. We're at 3.4 Cabreras. Is where we're at today, and who knows where we're going to go. So I'm guessing it. You know, we get 14 of these little green check marks in a row, and we're well on our way.
For consideration.
Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, there's no guarantee that they're going to do anything after the 14 days.
What's going to happen if you get like all
the word
13?
Is they'll consider removing some restrictions. So I mean,
it's like one of those stamp cards.
Yeah, like
where you get a free ice cream at the end.
Right. That's like the one I've got at Ajisen Ramen.
I need her to say, "Gimmin and juice."
What's that?
You say, "Gimmin and juice," and then I know you're serious.
So there we are, and so Uncle Carl, if I could, since I know that you're listening, here's a piece of advice that you should give her, and maybe it will help. Rather than if we make it to 14, then they might consider blah 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 blah. Here's my idea. Why don't we hold out something actual and factual? So if we make it to 14 days, what do we get? What can we get? Nissan will pay for the first 3 payments of our car, whatever. Or does that mean that we can eat in restaurants again? Will it mean that bars can open up at 50%? Will it mean that we can increase the number of people that can go through Payless at any given time, so we're not always waiting in line when we're there? Can we make it so that we can increase the number of people that can go to Home Depot at any given time? And just release some of those. It would be great if there were specifics so people knew what we were in for. But if it comes out to, we made it through 14 days, and now you can have 10 people at your house for Christmas instead of 5 like we had at Thanksgiving, I'm going to go, it's not really all that worth it. It's not that big of a deal to me. So there needs to be a decent-sized carrot at the end of the rainbow. 6:48 in the morning. Speaking of end of the rainbows, we've got an interesting editorial, and Senator, I'll get to you in just a second, an interesting editorial in today's Guam Daily Post, as many of them are. I know that Bob Klitsky will break this apart and deconstruct it for you a little bit later on. But they say thousands of Guam households 3 weeks away from seeing empty pockets. People over at the Post have been hammering this point home, and I'm not hearing any kind of response out of anybody in the government on what it is, what they intend to do on it. Our local officials seem to have hitched their wagon on what the federal government and what Congress would do or might do. No one in elected office in the government of Guam has been recently vocal about perhaps paring down GovGuam's nearly $1 billion a year budget so that money can be carved out to help the private sector workers in the interim, while Congress and the White House remain at some kind of impasse. It's asking the question, who will step forward in our local government to help at least talk about helping them in a meaningful way? Now, the last time I talked to anybody that had a semblance of a plan to move forward once we're finished with the COVID-19 is Senator Frank Blas Jr., Senator-elect Frank Blas Jr. He joins me now in the program. Hafaderu.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing fantastic. Mana's here in the studio. I got Real Joe on the other side. Looking forward.
Mana.
Hi, Senator.
Looking forward to just an immense fun-filled weekend. But they bring up a question, and I think it bears asking and maybe getting some kind of an answer. Is what are you hearing about the plan? Obviously, between now and inauguration, you and your Republican colleagues and maybe a couple of Democrat colleagues have gotten together and maybe talked about something that we can do on interim.
What plan? Unfortunately, that's the answer. Well,
I mean, you've got the what is it, the X-ray plan, Ray 10 plan?
You're the one who named it.
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
It's RX5.
RX5, the RX5 plan. So, I mean, you had that, but it seems to me that some of that stuff is going to have to wait until past the inauguration.
No, to the contrary. Once I received the mandate from the people, I actually started to move on several conversations. As you can recall, during the campaign, this was a platform that Vince Boy and I were working on.
I do.
And that presented.
Wish your coattails were a little bit wider. It would have been nice to have Vince in there with you.
True, very, very true. But that said, I've had conversations with him. We're continuing to work on it, so we've had some meetings. We've looked at different scenarios. Vince is great at basically researching, so it's not that we're going to go on the first day and then start. We've already started because we need to. And along these lines, in this progress, I've had conversations and I've seen some action. Actually, quite surprisingly, taken from members of the 35th to help to move forward on this. So that when when July, I think it's January 4th or whatever, when it comes around, it's not, okay, pull the plan out and let's start. It's, okay, let's continue because we're, these are the things we're doing. I've talked to, Dave Tadinko and his group. They're working on a plan. I've attended many of the webinars that were put together, not just by by GCC and even by Gita. So you got to taste it and to feel okay as to what is out there, what are they starting to do. Now it's a matter of being able to bring these plans together, and so that's what we're going to do I continue to encourage. Look, if you've got the jobs now, if you've got the skills, you need the skills. Do it now. as opposed to don't wait until January, because unfortunately, this fiscal cliff is looming, and that fiscal cliff, jumping off that fiscal cliff, is something that we may have to, or may happen on December 31st. That's sad.
Well, and in some cases, you don't have to wait that long. There's, this story on page one yesterday referred to a number of people that are going to be losing their benefits. Their 39-week clock has run out for many of them, or will be running out for many of these people even before the end of the year. So, yeah, let's get the PUA money out to these guys as fast as possible. But we know that the time is finite already, and we need to make some kind of a plan. And that's why I think I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive in the conversation. If we do 14 days of this COVID-19 under, the Cabrera score under 5, then there needs to be substantial changes to the way we are living life now, and being able to allow businesses to open up for more capacity so the people they can bring back to work can come back to work.
And you're right. Unfortunately, the other side of the coin is they're going to go back to what? You got many of these businesses who've closed their doors for months.
Well, it's not going to work. It's not going to work for everybody. But there's a whole lot of real estate over at Crust that they're not using on the inside, and just so many tables that they can put in the parking lot. Somebody had posted up a sign of Lutz having a drink, of a post on Facebook. Lutz having a drink over at Shamrocks in Tumon, and they've taken over the old Breezeway, in between the different restaurants and strip joints up there. For people to sit down and be able to take a drink and have a meal. There's plenty of space inside, and more employees will be able to fit inside. The gig workers, DJs and bands and things like that, they can go back to work and start making some additional money.
Yeah, well, obviously, probably one of the gifts, that people would want to give for Christmas is let's say a gift certificate to McCrouts or to Mesco, for that matter. And can you imagine Pierre doing this over at Mesco, trying to figure out as to whether or not this was going to be something that can be useful? Sitting on my counter is a gift certificate that my wife had won, pre-COVID, for Joanna's restaurant. Never been able to use it. And so when you're talking about Christmas, there's a couple things. First off, if you open it up 14 days from now, the people can go back to the retail stores. What are the retail stores going to have? A lot of them are already, sold out their inventory. I don't have new inventory.
I know that's the case with some bars that got rid of all their pars, but how quickly can we get the wholesalers back in the game? How quickly do we need to call Midpack and say, all right, my bar is opening up, and start sending me over some Bud and Miller and whatever, so I can feed my customers or give my customers some drinks.
So you're right, and as far as that carrot, in front. But see, what is that carrot going to say? If that carrot says, okay, you know what, I'm going to open up the restaurants. I'm going to open up the bars. Maybe 14 days advance notice can help these restaurant owners and bar owners to be able to stock up on things they're going to need once they open up again.
Agree.
And so you're right. This is something to look forward to. Unfortunately, we've come to that point, where it's now, this for that. And it shouldn't be. And I don't worry. I get it.
The other piece of legislation that you can do, and you can introduce it day one of the 36th Guam legislature, is the deal that Chris Duenas had put together that would require activity, a little bit more transparency and interface between the administration and the 36th Guam legislature in order to keep these revolving declarations of a public health emergency going. Or you could pick up Bob Klitsky's resolution, the one that we put together, and just render it moot and just say, all right, from now on, you're going to need to come to us. You need to buy in here in order to do this.
And I assure you there are conversations to that are going right now, so that there is something that is going to be done.
He asked me a month late, but it's a month late. Should have done that before the election.
Exactly, Ray. Exactly. But that said, is going down through all the exercises that we've been through everything that we've been through. There are some measures, not just checks and balances for transparency, whatnot, but just for fiscal responsibility and for direction. One, I believe, first off, this carryover of the executive order without any legislative scrutiny or oversight, really opens the door to a whole lot of things. And unfortunately, I'm not in a position right now to question it.
Read BJ's audit.
Get some answers.
Read BJ's audit, bro. $25 million in question costs. So yeah, you might not be in a position to do it, but they've been looking over some of the numbers of the spend here, and have found a couple of things that are causing them to scratch their heads. Anyway, I just want to touch base with you, because when we start talking about a plan moving forward, as I said, you and Vince were the only guys that had anything that was worth talking about.
And the plan is moving forward.
All right, good man.
Any conversation on the minority leadership so far? I mean, I'm just hoping that you and Tony would take some leadership role in bringing the party back together.
That's a good question, and I should have asked that one. Thank you, Mona.
Because I worked with Senator Blas and Tony.
Speaker Blas sounds great, doesn't it?
Well, he's in the minority, but I guess anything's possible.
Take over. There was a time when the Republicans had the speakership, and then Judy Wonpat had it for a while.
Frank will tell you the importance of having unity in the minority group. And
yes, you're so right, Mama. You're so right.
And you did really well in uniting the Republican Party back in our day. And there's been some
people that I was working with.
Yeah, and there's been some separation over the years. So I'm just hoping that with you and Tony going back in there, that there would be a better effort to keep the party together and keep our Republican senators working together.
Well, obviously, that's a longer conversation. There's a lot of work.
No, I can get rid of the news here if you wanted to have that. I don't need to play Fox News right now. We could get into that long conversation. What are we going to do with a couple of people that basically, you can characterize it like they're dating the same guy. Oh, wait a second, no, they were both general managers over at the port for a while. How about that? How's that going to play out for Republican unity? How are you going to bridge that?
Well, and I tell you what, the people have spoken. They wanted some work done, and so we put things aside. And I know we can, and I know we will. I'll be able to work in unison, both not just in the Republican Party, but in these 8 votes. Obviously, we're one short. And
Teresa's a Republican. She just doesn't know. Teresa lies. She's a Republican. She just doesn't know.
You can say that with with almost all of them on that side on different points, okay? and Senator Mona can tell you there's a way to be able to work that.
I got you. I can hear the dancing going on now, so I'm going to let you run.
I miss working with you, and best of luck to you going in there.
We'll plan something for pre-inauguration. In the meantime, let me know when Tilly's going to be accepting guests to come by and look at the Christmas trees.
Oh, it's up already. She started since a long
How many?
Time. But Mona,
yes.
Remember back in the baby bottom pacifier?
Yes. Oh, that was a good laugh.
Hey, have a great day, guys.
Wait. You're going to have to tell me this story. We got to jump into Fox News. This is not as interesting as I thought it was, so we are going to go to the Fox News. And I'll catch up with you pretty soon. All right, Darryl?
You got it, buddy.
Right on, man. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station's KUSG. I got you 93.3. This is The Point. Here is Fox News.
Stephen Hahn met with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows for a second day in a row as President Trump remains frustrated. No COVID-19 vaccine has yet to be granted U.S. emergency approval.
Fox's John Decker in Washington. Today, McEnany called such meetings routine. Hope for a breakthrough on COVID relief. Democratic congressional leaders say talks should start immediately on the bipartisan plan unveiled yesterday, but the Senate leader is still floating a smaller option. The definition of service animal gets narrowed for air travel.
In about a month, that emotional support ostrich or mini horse will be barred from airplane cabins. The Transportation Department ruling that when it comes to air travel, only dogs can be considered service animals and that companions used for emotional support don't count. The agency saying it's rewriting the rules, partly because many passengers eroded public trust, fraudulently bringing pets on for free, claiming they were legitimate service animals, those trained to help with a physical or psychiatric disability.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Emotional support animals will still be allowed to fly, but only in the cargo hold, and owners would pay a pet fee. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Hofade, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
A voter ID law is resurrected in North Carolina by a federal appeals court that's reversing a lower court's order.
The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled unanimously that a district court judge was wrong in blocking the law based on a previous statute that had been struck down. The three-judge panel said there were fundamental legal errors in District Judge Loretta Biggs' ruling. North Carolinians voted to amend the state constitution in 2018, requiring a picture ID to cast a ballot. The appeals judges say that must return for the 2022 cycle. More than 30 states have voter ID in some form. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, a Democrat, opposes it. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The U.S. House is moving toward a historic vote Friday on legalizing marijuana. The landmark legislation would remove pot from the Federal Controlled Substances Act, which would allow states to continue to regulate commercial marijuana as they see fit and also offer traditional banking services to cannabis companies. However, there is no support in the U.S. Senate. One California city votes to ban only some forms of smoking in apartments.
Tobacco? No. Marijuana? Yes. San Francisco's Board of Supervisors overwhelmingly voted to ban all tobacco smoking inside apartments, but made an exception for pot after activists pointed out that the measure would leave them without a place to legally light up. California law prohibits smoking marijuana in public places. The Department of Public Health will educate first-time violators and help tobacco smokers kick the habit. Repeat offenders could face fines of $1,000 a day.
Fox's Steve Rappaport. It's not a done deal just yet. The ordinance has to pass a second vote next week before the mayor could sign it. A mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow up 60 points, but the NASDAQ slightly lower. A second record close in a row for the S&P. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Contact tracing is key to containing COVID-19. That's why we're introducing the Guam COVID Alert app. According to Oxford University, for every 100 to 200 downloads of this app, 100 infections can be prevented and 1 life can be saved. Help save a life. Go to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download the app from the App Store or Google Play now. Add your phone to the COVID fight. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
It's time to mix things up at Subway. Come in and get Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich. Tender chicken strips topped with generous portions of sweet barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Add on crisp lettuce, onions, and tangy pickles on your favorite freshly baked bread. Perfect to satisfy just about anyone's flavor craving. It's Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich, available for limited time only, so try it today. At Subway, make it what you want.
Today at 7:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news here on The Point. It's the lowest yet. As of yesterday, the COVID area risk score is 3.4. That CAR score counts for the incidence of new cases and how well current testing has identified the cases of COVID-19 and the rate of spread. An ideal CAR score, according to the administration, is 5.0 and below. And the governor says she wants to see 14 days of low scores before she considers lifting any COVID restrictions. The governor is encouraging more people to take advantage of the free testing that's being offered and is also encouraging people to stay vigilant in the effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. She also gives credit to the community for this current low score. Now, the governor does say once the COVID vaccines are administered here, Guam could revert back to what she's calling the pre-COVID life. This while the island stands in line to receive up to 7,000 COVID-19 vaccines. It could come by the end of the month, according to the Guam Daily Post. The first of the batch for Guam could be from Pfizer. The vaccine from Pfizer is still waiting FDA approval for mass use, but United Airlines has already positioned itself to operate some charter flights to distribute the vaccine. Meanwhile, 31 new positive cases of COVID-19 have been reported as of yesterday out of a total of 752 tests that were administered. To date, there have been a total of 6,920 officially reported cases of COVID-19 and 112 deaths. The number of cases in active isolation now over 800. Of the 31 new cases, 5 cases were identified through contact tracing, while 1 case was reported to have had recent travel and was identified in quarantine. There are also 38 people in the hospital with 10 people in intensive care. And the mass testing continues through Saturday in the 3 locations that have been set up, the Agate Senior Center, the Jigo Gym, and the Teedson Field. All 3 will be open from 9 until noon through tomorrow, and then on Saturday they'll be open from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll have more news right after this.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
The return to normalcy won't come soon enough, and the lights of Christmas have already been dim with word that the Christmas lights in Tumon will be canceled. GVB now announcing that New Year's will be silent and the skies dim because the fireworks show has been canceled. GVB's been struggling with a huge decline in their visitor arrivals and also found it difficult to get sponsors to support the cost of the fireworks display. Village mayors, meanwhile, looking at posting a fee for some of their services that they provide, this to include funeral escorts, mayor's verifications, and other services. They were in a meeting yesterday and discussed the ideas that would help their offices recover some of the lost revenue from cuts to their budget. Another fee that they'll look at is the possibility of charging for the use of their community centers. There's been no final decision yet on any of those fee schedules. The votes were counted, and the Guam Election Commission's declared Congressman Mike Nicholas the winner in the recent runoff election for delegate. According to the GEC, St. Nicholas got 141 more votes, the final count at 10,467. And effective this morning, the restrictions on retirees, Guard, Reserve, and veterans access will be lifted up at Anderson Air Force Base, allowing ID card holders access to the base exchange, the commissary, and other Anderson facilities. Of course, all patrons will have to adhere to social distancing practices, etc. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Now, I'll get around to that, but I did want to read it because Kenny Williams took the time to send it to me. Effective Thursday, December 3rd at 7 a.m., the restrictions on retirees, Guard, Reserve, and veteran access are lifted as Anderson Air Force Base continues to evaluate the efficacy of on-base COVID-19 mitigation measures. Some installation access restrictions that were put in place to mitigate risks. These include access restrictions to the clinic, base exchange, commissary, and MWR activities are rescinded. That would be a good place to put the applause, Real Joe. They've been rescinded. It's gone. Are you paying it? Yeah. To preserve inventory of food staples, critical public health supplies, and other certain high-demand items, AFES and DECA will continue implementation on limits of food and supply purchases to ensure equitable distribution of commercial products for all AFES and DECA patrons. Shoppers will be limited to one. I repeat, one shopping cart per family. Additionally, shoppers are prohibited from making purchases which are excessive or unreasonably disproportionate in volume and will shop for family only. Crap. I need printer ink. I need Lysol wipes and printer ink.
Neither of which you can find
Anywhere.
Even on base.
Excessive purchasing of all products will be monitored and enforced. The duty managers are authorized to determine when purchases are excessive and to contact AAFB security forces to report suspected violations. What? They're going to bust you if you try to buy too much filler paper? Is that what they're selling?
Probably won't let you purchase it.
But if you're a Karen and you complain, my husband's a captain. I should be able to buy. You see the E6? You see the E6 park? That's where I park. Mm-hmm. I'm just. No, it is real, isn't it? Yeah, 7:12 in the morning. All right,
and
so
they don't have parking for E6, by the way.
Which is the one they do?
E9.
E9.
Yeah.
E9 and above, right?
Yeah.
Bingo. Okay. Here it is, the weather. High risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs. You got to keep that theme handy. I like that. That was nice. America. So today, cloudy with showers and isolated thunderstorms. Southeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. Highs around 84 degrees. There's cloudy and scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Jerry Roberts shivering into the studio here this morning because he got caught No, you weren't caught in there was a downpour though. We could hear it inside here. We could hear the rain hitting the building.
Really?
Yeah. I don't lie.
I didn't get any of that.
How about that? Friday and Friday night, mostly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms. Easterly winds that get up to 20 miles an hour. Highs near 87 and overnight lows are about 78 degrees. Now, sun came up late this morning, almost 6:30, and this is what it looked like at the time over at Pirates Cove. Gorgeous morning out there. A lot of blue out in the sky because not a whole lot of other light that's going to be making the greens pop out at you. But that's the way it was looking this morning over at Pirates Cove. And usually what will happen is if it starts to look like it's going to be an incredible, gorgeous day down there, and Jeff's going to want you to go and get a pizza and a burger and beer. He'll send some new pictures. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:52. Hashtag tell the others, and you know who those others are. 7:14 news and weather together here on The Point.
It's time to mix things up at Subway. Come in and get Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich. Tender chicken strips topped with generous portions of sweet barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Add on crisp lettuce, onions, and tangy pickles on your favorite freshly baked bread. Perfect to satisfy just about anyone's flavor craving. It's Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich, available for limited time only, so try it today. At Subway, make it what you want.
It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Win a staycation getaway with 76 Circle K. Enter to win a 2-night stay in the luxurious Tsubaki Tower with breakfast at the Casa Oceano and an hour of pure bliss at the Spa Ayala for 2. And then choose your adventure. A 3-hour ocean escapade with Shut Up and Fish, the premier ocean tour service, or take a heart-pounding water adventure and go jet skiing with Joe's Jet Ski. Just purchase $30 or more in fuel at 76 Circle K for a chance to win. Visit 76 Circle K today and win the staycation of a lifetime. Conditions apply. See store for details.
I was going to say, 7:14 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show, and I was about to brag about having listeners all over the island and listeners all over the planet. You know, we talk about the online stream and the app that you can download from the Apple Store and the Google Play, and I want you to do that. This is a great device. In fact, I'm already of the mind that I have to upgrade it. I'm already because you know what it comes with? You're going to love this, Jerry. It comes
Freshly baked bread?
It does, with the freshly baked. It comes with an alarm in it. So, yeah, normally you set your alarm on the phone to wake you up at a time, and it gives you like a vibration or a beep or, one of the 5 ringtones that come with the phone. But the app, the next version of the app that I'm going to get will have an alarm clock in it. So you can set it, and it will wake you up like the old-time radio alarm clocks did when you were doing radio back in the day. Yeah. Instead of going and waking you up with a ringtone or something like that, it will wake you up with the radio.
Wow.
I like that. See, that's cool technology. Shouts right now to everybody listening on Guam, and there's at least one person in Colorado Springs who is listening to the program on the stream. Now, it could be, who do we know in Colorado? Is that where
My
Gerard
son's
lives?
there.
Gerard
and
Atherley's
Mary are
out
there.
there.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm wondering maybe that's
your sister
them.
is in Colorado?
Yeah, my family's there.
So are
my
they listening?
My son and my sister. Yeah, they
You want to do
listen.
shouts to them? Maybe just whoever's listening in Colorado and just say, hey, go find my family?
Yeah, stay warm.
So I think that's pretty cool technology. Where was I was supposed to tell everybody about the great technology that they use? Lots of internet stuff, a lot of computerized stuff over at Ron and Kim's place, Security Title. That's among the ways that they make sure that there are no blemishes on any of the title that you're trying to buy or sell. These guys are pros at it. So if you're thinking about doing anything in real estate, start with a phone call to these guys. They'll steer you right. Probably even save you some money. Speaking of saving money, you got shipments you got to bring in from someplace, and you're going, yeah, I got stuff coming in. It actually doesn't. You may have shipments coming in from Colorado Springs. Call the guys over at APL, and they will arrange transportation by rail or truck out to the port and then on the way to Guam. That's among the things that they do. 717, Ray Gibson Show continues in a sec.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
So there was the story floating around this morning, and the governor talking about, we might be able to return to normalcy. Is that the word I'm supposed to use?
Normality
at some point. And, if we keep the numbers low enough, and I'm going, oh, when did she say that? And Mana said she said it in that video piece that they sent out yesterday.
In her Facebook page.
Yeah, well, it's on the Facebook page, but Crystal Paco sent the thing out yesterday. And can I tell this me being honest, all right? I'm just being an honest guy right now. Is that once I start to hear any video piece coming out of anywhere, Real Joe, once I hear this music, I almost immediately stop listening.
I've been to the TGen site.
You know what I mean? Did it not have that sound like there was going to be, a slow motion video or maybe a drone coming in and out, and then maybe the music was going to pick up a little bit later on, and it kind of this is the part where we fill you with hope. And
yes,
and I didn't have the heart for it. Plus, I'd already had a couple of those IPA beers, so I didn't think I was going to need the aggravation at that particular point. But if you say that in this video here. This is where she makes puts the drop in there that we're going to go back to pre-COVID stuff.
Pre-COVID stuff, yeah.
One of these days.
I think it's toward the middle, maybe closer to
it's only a 2-minute piece, right?
Yeah.
All right, people on the Facebook, you going to be okay with this? Because I know some of you people, your heads explode when you just. All right, it's this. Okay, brace.
I've been to the TGen site and also to GIGO. And of course, this is the mass testing program, and very, very good results. I'm looking for a very low positive rate. I'm hoping that we have now better control of the community spread, and that this is an indication of the containment of the virus. And of course, our CAR score is now 3.9. And I'm just asking people to do not be relaxed. Make sure that we continue on with our mask wearing and our social distancing and not going out if we don't have to. Because this is the success of your work. And I know it's a little bit fatigue and tiring, but I think we need to stay the course, because what I'd like to do is keep it really, really low till we get our vaccine. And once we get our vaccine and we do a massive immunization program and campaign, we will start really, really going back to pre-COVID times. So this testing site has been such a success. We're going to finish it till the end of this week, and then we will look at it and see what other places that we should be going to again get more of the community penetration. So I'd just like to thank the public health people. They are really doing a good job. They're working hard, and sometimes we take things for granted, but they are out there working really hard for our community.
I caught that too. Turns around and makes sure. Are the public health people waving? Wait, okay, they're waving. And so that's that. So if we get the numbers low enough or long enough, and the vaccine comes to town, and it's supposed to be 7,000 vaccines that I guess first responders, frontliners, and the old and decrepit or whatever are going to be in line to get those vaccines first, and then I guess by and by we'll start to receive more so that we can hit at least as many people getting the vaccine as there have downloaded the COVID-19 app. And Jerry Roberts will be front of the line. I did ask on online.
Maybe not.
On at thepoint.gu, you know, we got the poll capabilities, and I asked online if people were going to be taking the vaccine when it becomes available, and 52% said no. Not going to be taking the vaccine when it comes out. I think they're banking on the herd immunity.
If you've had COVID, do you still need to take a vaccine? I know the question.
So many
been
questions
answered.
have not been answered about this
Yeah.
already.
So
but, you know, which vaccine is it? I mean, is it going to be the one that's 90, the one that's 95, or the one they're saying now is 100? I mean, no one knows anything.
Well, what's the stop? What's the stop line? Is it 14 days at -5 and the restrictions get released? So what's the penetration level for the vaccine that they're going to want to have? At which point do we say, you know, we've either vaccinated everybody, or they've gotten it and they're not going to get it again, or they're dead? And we're just going to pick up and move from there at some point.
Well, they don't know if the immunity holds, and no one's done anything on this. I mean, you know, people come out and say, well, yeah, they think it is, but no one has anything definitive.
Well, I'm hoping maybe Macris will have a better answer for us a little bit later on in the program.
So.
7:22 in the morning. We'll take a quick look at what happened on the markets. There was some decent movement. Mixed closures. The S&P 500 picks up 6 points to close at 36.69. NASDAQ at -5. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 29,883. They're up almost 60 points. FTSE is green by 78. The Nikkei up by 13 points. I got the numbers for the Shanghai, but they're not any good. 34.49. They're off by 3 points. Hang Seng Index picks up 35 to close at 26,532. Big movers. Let me see on Dow. Who's the big players in the Dow game? Boeing, Walgreens, Walt Disney Corporation, and maybe it's because Walt Disney Corporation said we're probably gonna have to let a whole bunch more people go again and do a big reduction in force. And Wall Street actually responds to things like that. Chevron is there, and so is Goldman Sachs. On the other side of the case, the biggest losers this morning include Salesforce, Home Depot, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, and this is amazing, McDonald's.
Second day in a row.
I think so, yeah. They're off by about 2.5 points here today.
My goodness.
Well, that shouldn't be the case. The McRib is back.
Oh.
That's a big deal for some people. I mean, I'm not one of them, but I know people. There's Margaret Wang, right, from Wang's Cake Shop.
Yeah.
And she actually posted her a picture of her McRib, and she was so excited she poked a hole in the bread with her finger.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, and what the news that we gave yesterday about the McPlant?
Well, maybe they went down because the McRib's being made with McPlant. Oh, maybe that's part of the problem.
You know, you throw enough sauce on anything, it'll taste good. 7:24 in the morning. Jerry Roberts has got this morning's Extra Point being brought to you by Guan. Do you got anything else? I might have a couple other businessy stories that I might want to throw into the thing. A little bit later on, I'm going to curl up and read me a public auditor's report. Finally printed out the Coronavirus Relief Fund expenditures, Part 1. I was fairly satisfied with the executive summary that BJ and I talked about yesterday, until I started thumbing through this thing and tried to get to where these $25 million worth of question costs are that they've got in the thing. I'll see if I can get you some examples of things that raised the eyebrows of the auditors, because it was just, here's the cost, here's what we bought, but it didn't actually explain what about coronavirus made this an absolute necessary purchase in the government of Guam.
Okay.
And as an example I used yesterday was they bought apparently with 3 or 4 or 5 washing machines for the police department. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. What does that have to do with COVID-19? Are they washing up more of their uniforms because of maybe exposure or that kind of thing? And I don't know. But we'll see what we can find out.
You said Part 1. You mean there's a sequel to that?
There's obviously got to be a sequel to this. One of the issues that they've got is it's not detail rich. It's not very detail rich what they've got in here. And this comes from 900 some odd pages of paperwork that was sent down to the auditors. What is it? Somebody online referred to it as, you know, that's how you slow down the process, is you give them data in bulk that they've got to sift through. But apparently BJ's guys did do the sifting. They want more data. But among the other questions, and the governor's office actually responded to this one, was they were upset about being called to task for not putting out the reports that are required by law, the monthly reports that are required by law. And they said, yes, we did. We have reports on expenditures as of August 31st, September 30th, and October 31st. Those were posted on the Office of the Governor's website. Of course, the law went into effect, I want to say, in May or June or something like that. So there might be a couple of other things. And if you've been to the Governor's website and seen those reports, I guarantee that you've walked away going, where's the beef? Because there's nothing in it that you could point to. It's like Jerry Roberts is allocated $100 and he's spent $75 and this is how much he has left. But it doesn't say what you bought with that or what your expenditures were. So there will be a sequel coming out next year. Whether it'll make any kind of difference because the Fed money will run out after that, or is it be a nothing burger when it hits? We'll see. 7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts has got the extra point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
If you could start a new habit, what kind of habit would that be? Today, we'll dig into the process of habits and how to get one going that will do you some good. That's coming next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
In Extra Point 343, June of last year, we introduced you to B.J. Fogg, author of the book Tiny Habits. He's also the head of Stanford University's Behavior Design Lab. Fogg knows habits inside and out. Through his simple formula, I learned how to combine 3 actions and make a habit out of them. I tried a few different things and ended up with a series of commands that I gave myself on a daily basis. Here we go. After I wake up, I will rinse my mouth out. After I rinse my mouth out, I will kiss my wife. After I kiss my wife, I will do push-ups to failure. I'm serious. This is how it works. It began as a 5-day program, but I did it longer than that, and it worked. When my eyes flew open, I went straight to the bathroom. No cell phone, no YouTube, no Facebook. Okay, I got to the bathroom, rinsed, found my wife, kissed, dropped down, did push-ups. I didn't think about each of the actions. I just did them in sequence. The end result was that my mouth was fresher in the morning. I got a little smooch here and there, and the number of push-ups I could do increased. Gradually, I added exercises after the push-ups, and when I finished, I ate breakfast, and that was different for me, as I'd always eaten before exercising because I felt I needed that for the energy to exercise. It turned out that was false. All in all, the experiment didn't bring on monumental changes, but it was positive all the way around. Now, what else could one do with a formula like this to create other types of tangible results? How can this enhance productivity? Professor Fogg says every behavior comes down to 3 variables, and here's your takeaway from this today if you follow along. Motivation to do the behavior, the ability to do the behavior, and a prompt that gets us started. Fogg uses the acronym MAP, M-A-P. Actually, it reads B equals M-A-P, behavior equals motivation, ability, and prompt. We can break it down. If you're highly motivated, the more likely it is you will do the behavior. It's the same with ability. The greater the skill, the more likely you are to do it. However, the greater the difficulty, the lower the ability may be, and it becomes less likely. And finally, you got to have a prompt. Something has to kick you into gear. It can be a bell, a buzzer, anything you can think of. When you get that specific prompt, you go. No thinking about it. You just move on it. Paul is a mechanic. 15 minutes before his shift ends, his alarm goes off. That's his prompt. His first behavior is to look at his schedule to see what his first job is for the next day. The second thing is he sets out the tools and the documentation he's going to need. And third, he requests the parts he'll need to do the work. Then he clocks out for the day. When he comes in the next morning, the parts are waiting for him, and he can start the job. He is productive the moment he clocks in. In this instance, Paul combined 3 specific actions to make up his behavior, his habit. When the alarm sounded, he checked his schedule and figured out what his first job would be tomorrow morning. Then he laid out the tools for the job, then requested the parts. 3 actions, 1 behavior, one habit. Fogg referenced a worker named Katie who wanted to keep her desk nice and tidy. She used a prompt to get her to clean and organize before she left work because she loved the sight of a clean desk when she came in the next morning. That was a bonus for her. Whatever you want to do, could be a single action or 2 or 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. The key is to make the deal with yourself that when you hear or you see the prompt, whatever it is, you don't hesitate. You just react to it. Ray will appreciate the last story. A middle-aged man wanted to lose weight and get back in shape. He'd been a runner as a kid, but he couldn't muster the willpower to do it again. He told himself a dozen times he was going to get outside and run, and each time he ended up talking himself out of it. He found a piece of music he liked and told himself that when it played at 5:45 p.m., he would stop what he was doing, change into his running shorts and shoes, and get outside. When 5:45 came, that's exactly what he did, and he ran. He was dog-tired the first day, but it got better. Hearing his music at 5:45, he ran. 6 days a week, he ran. 3 months from the day he started, he entered, and he finished his first marathon. Now, what could you do to make progress and success more habitual? What positive habits would benefit you? All you need to do is map them out. B equals map. You need motivation, ability, and you need that prompt, and then you get after it. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
No, I got that, and I kind of like that idea, and it's one of those things. There's the trigger. So the next time that app comes out with the alarm clock in it, set it for 5:45 in the afternoon, and when you hear Bob Klitsky going off at 5:45, you put on your running shoes, and you're running, but put on running shorts as well. Put on something, just cover up the downstairs and get out there. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yes,
that
sir.
is a good extra point. I've been pondering that as well because, remember the other day we were talking about should I buy a 2021 planner? And there's a part of me that probably will. I mean, just to force a habit, I'm going to go find a planner that I like and see if there's ways that I can integrate it into the way I do my workflow. But I also rediscovered a piece of software that I had been using for years. I mean, sometimes when you've got a project, it's important to break the project down, as you will say, into manageable chunks. And then you've got a manageable chunk number one, and then there's subtask. So I put that into outliner form, and I've been using for a long time an outliner program from an outfit called Carbon Fin. And it's called literally outliner. It's the Carbon Fin outliner. You can find it on the web. You can get this thing on Facebook, and there's a version of it that you can use on the web. It's an online version of it, and naturally they talk to each other. So if you are online, I mean, it's easier to put the stuff in when you're at your desktop. But if you're sitting around and you're going, all right, let's see where I am in the project, you can open it up on your app, and they'll sync up, and you can see exactly what tasks are still needed, what subtasks are available. And I want to say this thing, if it's not free, then it's darn close to it, and it's worth every penny of it.
More than likely a free version that's limited, and then the paid versions will give you more bells and whistles.
But it will give you an idea here. It give you, and I can show it up on the screen. Maybe you can see it not very clearly. And if you're a member of my competition, please don't look at this part because this is some high-level transmission stuff that we're talking about. But there are steps, obviously, that you need to take in order to do something like install a generator somewhere. And some of you will appreciate this. Cut metal fencing away is one of the subtasks that are in there. Yeah, these are the things that go through my head. So you get your alarm clock, and it might remind you to take a look at your to-do list or your outliner or something like that. Jerry Robertson, the Extra Point, 7:35. Mona Silva Tyron has got news. She's been patiently waiting to deliver. Being brought to you here by Auntie Lolita Cammett of Remax Diamond Realty. As they say, for all of your real estate needs, call her at 688-6743. 7:30 News also being brought to you by Top End Pest Control for your pest control needs. Ken and Karen waiting for you at 487-5657. Now, with the news, here's Mona Silva.
As of yesterday, the COVID area risk score is at 3.4. The governor says she wants to see 14 days of that low score before she considers lifting any restrictions. She does say once the COVID vaccines are administered here, Guam could revert back to the pre-COVID life. Meanwhile, Guam stands to get 7,000 COVID-19 vaccines. It could come by the end of this month. The Post reports that the first batch is expected to be from Pfizer. 31 new positive cases of COVID-19 reported yesterday out of a total of 752 tests that were administered. Of the 31 new cases, 5 identified through contact tracing, 1 case reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. There are 38 people in the hospital, 10 of them in the intensive care unit. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you, Mona. 7:36 in the morning, and I did promise that I'd throw in a little bit more businessy stuff. I think there's an opportunity here, there's 4 of us in the studio, so I'm kind of curious as to what we could do if we could scrape together $15,000 between the 4 of us. If we could do something like this. Now, I know it sounds like a lot of money, so we'll do it this way. Jerry Roberts will kick in $14,500, and then the rest of us will kick in about $125 each, and buy ourselves, are you ready? Are you ready for this? A 2001 Freightliner box truck. How's that sound? How does that sound? And I've got a couple of images.
I'm in.
These are not the box. This is what we're talking about, but this is not the one that's for sale. There's an ad in the newspaper talking about a 2001 Freightliner box truck, truck model FL70, and there are truck guys out there going, ooh, FL70. What do you say, 15 grand? For an FL70?
And we're going to do a food truck out of this?
Bro, that's the one that's what I was thinking.
No.
What would we do with if we had a box
if
truck?
I'm giving you $14,500, I got to live in it. So it looks like you could, just about.
Yeah,
I tell you what,
enough.
we could do a party in a box.
Yeah.
And you just rove around and you
DJ?
open up and you have a DJ, you have a bar set up in there.
Yep. I totally agree. And see, that's what I was thinking of, because there's the ice cream truck that comes through the neighborhood every once in a while, and you know, the sound catches my attention. And the other day I was it parked right in front of my house, and a couple of people were standing there, and I was thinking just how much more fun it would be because they were all adults. First of all of the people standing in front of this ice cream were all adults, and I was thinking how much fun it would be if we turned this into one of those deals where they were actually mixing margaritas and Long Island iced teas and stuff. I see that. It's got a big air conditioner on it. Yeah,
and
yeah.
They're
So
playing tequila as they're coming down the road.
you could live in something like that. Real Joe, what kind of ideas? What are you thinking about?
Super down.
What could you do with this?
Cannabis.
Cannabis, some form of cannabis deal. Jerry Roberts. What do you want to do? You were serious about living in it.
You could live in it.
Yeah.
You could also,
depending on what your standards are, there's all kinds of things we call livable.
You could also do training classes and something like that.
So possible you could do.
You got to make that money back, right?
Something along the. Well, it's 15.
We
it's
could
15
put
grand.
a local band in there and then just take them around and accept tips.
Ponder that. The interested individuals
Jack
can arrange.
Larimer, we can put him in a box and just drive him around. And
It's out on Bellow Road in Barragod, and there's a telephone number that you can call to make an arrangement for the time for this 2001 Freightliner box truck. And I have not yet pondered what I'd do with it. You know, everybody's got a food truck idea, and I don't know about that.
taco stand like they have in the States.
Oh, you said tacos. Why'd you do that? Why would you do that?
Taco Thursday.
Taco, you know, it doesn't need to be any day in Y that ends in Y is a good day.
Taco Sinaloa.
Could be cool. 7:39 in the morning. Just ponder that, and maybe, you know, that will trigger some kind of a dream in you. And 15 grand, it sounds like a lot of money if we're talking about. But again, Jerry Roberts might front the $14,500
Easy
for it.
payments.
Sure enough. It's the Ray Gibson Show, continuing on the other side of these.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Kamet of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Kamet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Okay, now I do the KFC. I can talk about breakfast over at KFC. Hey, do me a favor. Check. I haven't done a Nissan ad yet.
Oh, yeah, it's coming up.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, I believe next hour.
Next hour? Yeah. All right. I wanted to make sure, because, you know, I want to make sure I put enough separation between, you know, the Nissan and buying an Armada or a Titan or something like that, and the 2001 Freightliner box truck. You know how much food from KFC you could put in an actual Freightliner box truck? A lot is how much you could do. Thing about breakfast, they're waiting for you. We got the chicken breakfast wraps, and they've got they've got a sausage breakfast wrap. They've got this fried chicken, steak fried chicken that they've got. It's just gorgeous. Put some white gravy on top of that. Have that with white rice, and if it's hot outside, maybe a little bit of that iced coffee. That's an interesting question. Can I ask this question? On rainy, wet days like today, do you still drink iced coffee? You iced coffee people?
I've been drinking hot coffee lately.
Have you?
Trying it out, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not
you
bad.
know when hot coffee is good? Actually, when it's hot outside. Because I don't know, there's something about it that fools your body into perspiring more, and it literally will cool you off. You can get hot and iced coffee today at KFC.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations, check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play, or go to thepoint.gu.
And I'm not going to tell you who. He can call in himself if he wants to, but a buddy of mine who knows a thing or two about cargo trucks says Freightliners are junk. 741. Is it time for right now traffic? Is it time for me to take a look at what's going on out there? It might be, but do I have the thing up? I don't actually have the thing up. I'll have to take another look at it in a couple of minutes. Probably just intersection traffic right now. Might be an accident or two. Might be some slow-moving traffic in some of the usual places that get wet and snotty, so keep an eye out for that. Right now traffic, real quick, here on The Point.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Yeah, I absolutely had the thing minimized on the screen, so I wasn't able to put it up. But here it is now on my screen and your screen for the right now traffic. What we've got here is a whole bunch of these Freightliner trucks that are lined up at Route 2 and Route 1 over by the entrance to Big Navy and Sumai, and that is slowing things down. I was right. It is just intersection traffic. Most of the rest of the places that you will look, but if you allow me to zoom out on this thing, you'll be able to see that there is some crazy traffic. Also, trying to get into Anderson Air Force Base right up there in Jigo, north of Matagwak, Jigo. And why is that? Because effective at 7 o'clock in the morning, anybody with an ID can go there. Yay! You got DD214. Come on in. Come on in. Just don't buy too much of a lot of one thing. Because we're watching for that. We're watching for that. How much toilet paper do you need there, sailor? Airman, how much toilet paper do you go through in a month? What are you doing buying 17 cases of toilet paper here today? Don't make me call base security. 7:43 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Lots and lots of stuff on the table of contents as we make our way into what is hopefully one of the more interesting hours that we've got here at the radio station. What's going to make it interesting? No idea. No clue whatsoever. I was thinking about maybe looking at some numbers, because numbers are always interesting. 3.4 is the number. And if we could ask, and I don't know, maybe we'll find him, Cousin Troy, if you could do me a favor, Cousin Troy, and put, because he's started the calendar. I don't know if anybody else in the media has done this. I thought about doing it yesterday, and then had a couple of IPAs. And that just, zapped all the... Yeah, anyway, so, but here, do me a favor, Cousin Troy, if you're going to do this, let me put it up on the screen so everybody can see this. He's keeping track of how many days we've got below 500, and obviously, if you've been paying attention, or 5 Cabreras, if you've been paying attention, you know that we are at 3. Yesterday was the 3rd day. I don't know what they're going to be doing by way of testing. They've gone back to randomized testing, and it's my experience, it's my sense, that when they do that kind of randomized, non-contact, target tracing, then the numbers get smaller. If we're testing, if we know that contractors are sick and we go and track and test everybody in the barracks and we come up with 50-60% positive, you go, oh yeah, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But when it's randomized, as it is in Agate and in Tidzin and up at the Zigudzim, it might come in a little bit lower, and significantly lower in the case of the test scores positivity rate over the last couple of days. So my guess is that today's test scores may be just as low. Keep your fingers crossed, because obviously, if we get to 14, maybe something good's going to happen. My question is, what happens if we get to 13 and the 14th day is like 5.1 Cabreras? How much play do we have in here? I mean, just how elastic is this car's score? Does that mean got to start all over again?
4th and inches.
Yeah. What's your sense of that, guys? What's your sense of that? And like I said, it would be nice if they started talking now about what the lifting of restrictions is going to look like. What will we be able to do if we get to the 14 days? And listen to me, I sound like a little kid. If I do my homework and I do all my chores and I go to sleep at 8:30 every night, what will Santa Claus bring me on Christmas morning? That's the way.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way that I can interpret all of this, given the incredible amount of unknown that we've got, or trying to sort out the inklings that they have, or the inclinations that they've got between the Physicians Advisory Group and the Governor's Office and Public Harassment and Secret Service. You don't know what's going to happen. But it would be cool if they were able to say, look, we make it through the 13th or 14th of December with Cabrera numbers at 5 or below, then this is going to happen. And can I tell you, among the things that I miss right now, I was looking. Who's that? What are you making that face?
Oh, it's Janella.
Oh, Janella's on the
Yeah.
line. I was a lot of stuff to talk to her about, but it would be, what I'd like to do in December.
What would you like to do in December?
I want to run a 5K with my friends.
Oh, Ray.
I want to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and show up over at Chamorro Village, and all of us are going to haul ass down to Adelup and then turn around and come back, and there's the T-shirt, and there's the water, and there's the orange, and why we slice bananas in half? I don't just they're cheap. Just let me have the whole thing, right? I want to be able to do something like that again and hang out. And I know I'm not going to place in anything because I'm fat these days, but I'd love to run a 5K with my friends. You know what I'd really love to do? And I guarantee there's every mom and dad on Guam that this time last year was going, oh, my God, we've got a Christmas pageant we've got to go to. Crap. Oh, my God, this is going to sing the songs, and somebody got to play and this and that and the other. But wouldn't you love to do that now? I got a daughter in high school, and last year there were Christmas pageants and plays and all the families getting together. And if I'd have known that was going to be the last one for a while, probably wouldn't have gone to Carabao first. Did I say that out loud? What the hell's wrong with me?
I didn't hear anything.
Whoops. You know what? And another thing I'd really love to do. I want to be at venue on a Friday night listening to Big and Betta and being able to dance to them.
Oh,
now, some people believe that the reason why we've got COVID-19 is to prevent me from dancing to bands like Bigga and Betta and Mixed Plate. What are you laughing at, Janella?
It's not really dancing. It's not really dancing at all.
7:48 in the morning. Janella Carrera from the department. I always say it straight when I'm on the line with her, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, with a bunch of stuff that we get to go. Well, yeah. When I hang up on you, I'll go back to Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service. I told you I got one of those DEH hats, right?
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't even have one.
Dude, come on. We bought that with the COVID money. Everybody should get one of those. Anyway, so it's 10 away from the top of the hour. I appreciate the time and the access, and appreciate the fact that we've got numbers coming in from Public Health that support the 5 Cabreras or left scale, and hope it stays that way. But there's a couple of stories that are big enough here this morning. I guess we are back on track for being able to get some of the first batches of vaccines that'll be sent out to this part of the world. That's good news.
Yeah. So we did. First of all, I just want to say that these numbers constantly change. Initially it was 2,000 and 4,000. Now we're hearing it could probably be closer to over 7,000, but that could change again.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that that caution out there before I say that it could be around 7,500. So I don't.
Well, but again, going back to the plan, among the first people that would get it would be first responders, absolute frontliners, medical personnel, doctors, and nurses and technicians and the like. I mean, and there can't be any more than about 33,000 of those on Guam at any given time, right?
Sure.
So those folks will be able to get it, and then going through the process of identifying people, and I would say generally anybody between the ages, the median age, the mean age of the victims of that people that have died of coronavirus are about 60, 61 years of age. So I'd kind of start looking around for folks in that age group with the infirmities, the comorbidities, and start giving them some vaccines as early as possible.
Right. So. We are working on identifying, the population in the high-risk groups, the elderly population, and also the vaccination committee. I forgot the exact name. It's like the VAPPC committee. That hasn't been formed, and also the makeup of that committee hasn't been formed or identified at this point as well.
Are you aware of any private clinics that might be providing for their customers by getting their own private supply line of these vaccines, or will everything that we get on Guam go through one specific channel?
No, it'll all go through public health and then be distributed to GMH that way. So it'll go through public health first, through the government, basically. That's how it's being distributed from the CDC.
Okay, but you're not aware of any plans like when who did our vaccines when they came in with the regular flu vaccine? IHP came in and they've got access obviously to the flu drug, the flu vaccine that was going around. So they came in and gave Mana and I our share of all of that. So you're not aware of the groups like IHP, FHPs, et cetera, that would be able to provide for their own customers a supply of vaccines.
No, I'm not aware of that. And I think, over time when the COVID-19 vaccine becomes more widely available, probably that'll happen. But the initial dose will be through public health.
Okay, and as you say, the initial dose, there's an important thing that we got to keep in mind, is my understanding, especially for most of them, is that there needs to be a booster a few weeks later, right?
Right, that's correct.
All right, so we'll give you details on that. The pandemic plan actually makes reference to being able to use the Guard and Reserve to provide local transportation and on-site security for vaccination locations. Is that something that's being looked at?
Yep, that's correct. So the vaccination plan takes all of that into consideration. Actually, that logistically we have to work with the Guard. There's a lot of key players involved logistically because we have to set up locations for distribution of the vaccine. So there's a lot of moving parts involved. We've been meeting constantly with the federal government, with the CDC, with FEMA. So this is, days and weeks of planning. So once we have all of this finalized, in fact, we have a meeting this coming, I believe it's Friday, with FEMA, a tabletop exercise to plan for this. Exactly. Yep.
Interesting.
So that's happening. Yep.
Okay.
So we're preparing for this exact
I'm delighted to hear that we are at that level of planning, and frankly delighted that somebody finally read the pandemic plan, because there's a lot of things in the pandemic plan that we didn't do here in the last 10 months or so, but that's personal opinions, et cetera, et cetera. It's a week since Thanksgiving. I don't know if you guys are looking at the calendar, but we had the day off last Thursday. I don't know about anybody else, but we took the morning off, and here we are a week since. Our folks over at Public Health, I know that Dr. Cabrera and others were kind of twitchy about what was going to be happening, gatherings and things like that. Are you guys noticing now? Are you starting to see more people at Guam Memorial Hospital coming in with some COVID symptoms that maybe they might have picked up on Thanksgiving?
Well, so we were kind of fearful that a week after, possibly even 2 weeks after, because the incubation period for COVID-19, the symptoms could take up to 2 weeks. So we won't really know until the end of this week and possibly into next week if the symptoms or the outcome of what happened during Thanksgiving may arise till then. But we're hoping nothing comes of it. But the census is kind of decreasing. I believe the last I checked it was at 35. So it's decreasing.
And the number of people on ventilators also seems to be going down in the right direction. When will CDC get those numbers and take us off level 4? Do you know?
That I don't know. CDC is it's a whole different animal. I'm sorry, not animal.
No, I know what you're saying. It's just kind of interesting to me that we're now talking about the Cabrera score is lower than 5, and I'm sure the CDC would say, so what? Who's Cabrera? What score is that? So we think that things might be getting better around here. Maybe it's just a question of getting some numbers to them so that they can recognize that there's not the pinch on the public health and hospitalization situation as there might have been. One last thing on the reports. PDN with a story here today talking about detailed virus reports that are still in the works. What's the holdup there, Janella?
Detailed. Oh, you're talking about the epi and surveillance data.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because there's some of the basic stuff you'll find in the in the daily JIC reports, but there's other information. In fact, Dr. Pabutsky says that she's been working on the COVID-19 death data to get a picture of who's at risk for death, and has found that the elderly and those with diabetes are at high risk. Now, I don't think that's headline information. We've known that it was going to be elderly and folks with comorbidities for a long time, but she's got information that pinpoints specifically, and we know that diabetes is a killer on Guam and has been even before COVID-19. So if you're beginning to get some of the symptoms of diabetes, there has never been a better time to start thinking about going for long walks and maybe learn to jog or go to the gym a little bit more because it is one of the comorbidities. That and age are some of the biggest health risks that you've got.
Right. So, initially we gave a really detailed sit rep, and that was, obvious in the JIC. And then we came out with an abridged version, and that was, initially it was a result of our EPI team moving from the Rand Care building into the ITC, and it was just, it was really just a time constraint. But, the abridged version, we continued with that, and I think it's really because they're just swamped with everything that they're having to do. The weekly report, I know our EPI team is still working on producing that. They're really busy trying to gather all the data that's needed to produce that weekly report that's more detailed.
Yeah, I mean, are there people that you can borrow from other agencies? Can the governor detail people to help work on that? Because this is, if you ask me, this becomes the vital information that we need. The numbers of the positive hits don't mean anything to me, but when we start talking about, as I've done with the reports, and I had to put this data together myself based on news stories, who died and when, what were the age groups to come up with the median age. And if you are over the age of 50 years old and 75 years old and you've got comorbidities, you better wear a mask, wash your hands, and social distance because it's coming after you. But what she says in the newspaper this morning, more than half of the people who died had diabetes. Half of the 112 people, half of them died with diabetes and coronavirus. Other chronic diseases, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, both underlying conditions are high on Guam. And the crazy thing, Janella, is all of what we're talking about is preventable.
Yeah. You bring up a really good point. There's certain data that the public would be really useful for them to have, and the data that we've been providing, the daily numbers and all of that. Not that it's not important, but it's not that they necessarily need it on a daily basis. And there's certain data that would be really useful information for the public to be equipped with so that they can be informed and take action, necessary action to prevent.
Tell them to hurry up and go find, I don't know, if all the librarians are working, or maybe there's people that have got calculators and laptops that they can be working on to chew on this data so that we can set up some kind of reporting system so that people can see what's going to be happening and who exactly it is that we've got to take care of. Closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning. Last question for you. If then, 14 days with the Cabrera scores at 5 or below, and we start releasing restrictions, what restriction would you like to have lifted, Janella?
Me? Oh, man. I don't know if I can say.
You just leave it wide open for me. Why do you do that, Janella? Look, I gotta let you run here. I gotta let you. We'll talk again when you need more entertainment. Janella Carrera from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We're closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll chat with you soon. 8 o'clock in the morning. The radio station KUSG. I got you. 93.3. This is The Point.
His fight isn't over. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump says he's defending the honesty of the vote, vowing to ensure every legal vote is counted and that illegal votes are not.
We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months, and lots of bad things happened during this ridiculous period of time.
In a video posted on Twitter, the president says it's about ensuring Americans can have faith not only in this election, but all future elections. While his legal team continues to challenge results in court, states continue to certify results. No rulings or recounts have changed any outcomes. President-elect Joe Biden today holding a virtual roundtable with workers and business owners impacted by the pandemic's economic crisis. On Capitol Hill, the House Speaker and Senate Minority Leader are now urging immediate talks using the bipartisan plan unveiled yesterday as a framework for COVID relief. That $900 billion bill is about half what Democrats have been pushing for, but the Senate Majority Leader is still floating a smaller plan that has President Trump's support. Senate Republicans now have a slimmer majority.
Vice President Mike Pence presided over the Senate to swear in Arizona Democrat Mark Kelly.
And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter. So help you God? I do. Congratulations, Senator.
Kelly, a former astronaut, defeated Republican Martha McSally last month to finish the 2 remaining years of the late Senator John McCain's term. Kelly's win shrinks the Republican advantage in the Senate to 52-48. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Kelly and his wife, former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, founded a gun control group after she survived a deadly shooting at a meet and greet event in 2011. America is listening to Fox News.
Coffee Day. I'm Chelsea Nicholas, and I'm the co-chair for this year's G is for Giving, as well as a proud alumna of the University of Guam. G is for Giving is an annual campaign that kicks off on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving and runs through the end of the year. Known as Giving Tuesday, it is an international day of giving, and this year's theme is Weaving Community. On Guam, we know a little something about weaving community, as we're all intertwined and interconnected in the spirit of Inakamalik. When one of us thrives, the island thrives. This is why I support G is for Giving's mission to support scholarships, programs, and research. As an alumna, I know how difficult it is to balance going to school and worrying about how you're going to pay for school. In these uncertain times, students are even more at risk because of economic hardship beyond their control. G is for Giving aims to bridge that gap and take away at least some of the burden. For more information on how you can give, visit give.uog.edu or call the UOG Endowment Foundation at 735-2957. Have a happy and safe holiday.
The president-elect plans to reach out to President Trump's supporters.
Joe Biden is now saying that part of the job as president for him is going to be bringing rural Americans who found Trump appealing back under the Democratic Party's tent. He tells the New York Times this, quote, it really does go to the issue of dignity, how you treat people. I just think they feel forgotten. I think we forgot them.
Fox's Peter Doocy. He also tells the Times he plans to keep Christopher Wray as FBI chief if President Trump doesn't fire him. The president plans to award the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, to former Notre Dame coach Lou Holtz tomorrow. He's being recognized as one of the greatest college football coaches of all time, and for his work as a philanthropist. He's also been a strong supporter of the president. One former president has some sudden regret for not giving that medal to a country icon.
Former President Obama admits he should have awarded singer Dolly Parton a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That's a mistake. Yes. I'm shocked.
Mr. Obama appearing on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert while promoting his memoir, A Promised Land.
Looking back on your 8 years, do you realize that's the mistake you made?
Actually, that was a screw up. I'm surprised. I think I assumed that she had already got one, and that was incorrect. I'm surprised she deserves one. I'll call Biden.
Parton devoting her life to charity work and contributing $1 million to help fund Moderna's coronavirus vaccine research earlier this year. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
People magazine names its People of the Year, celebrating 4 honorees for a positive impact on the world in a challenging 2020. Actor George Clooney for advocacy work, Dr. Anthony Fauci for the fight against COVID, singer Selena Gomez for boosting mental health initiatives, and actress Regina King for her support of marginalized communities and encouraging people to vote. I'm Lisa Brady, and this is Fox News.
Oh, KFC, Original and crispy. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC wants to make your busy holiday season a little easier with KFC's complete holiday feast. That's 12 pieces of KFC's original chicken, 3 large homestyle sides, 4 biscuits, and a free chocolate chip cake. Or try the 6-piece meal with our new sweet potato fries. Happy holidays from KFC Guam. It's finger licking good.
Contact tracing is key to containing COVID-19. That's why we're introducing the Guam COVID Alert app. According to Oxford University, for every 100 to 200 downloads of this app, 100 infections can be prevented and 1 life can be saved. Help save a life. Go to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download the app from the App Store or Google Play now. Add your phone to the COVID fight. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Anna Silva Tyron with a look at your local news here on The Point. 31 new positive COVID-19 cases were reported yesterday out of a total of 752 tests that were administered. That brings the island now to 6,920 officially reported cases since we started testing in March. Of the 31 new cases, 5 were identified through contact tracing and 1 reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. At the hospitals, there are 38 people who've been admitted with 10 in ICU, 7 of those on ventilators. The mass testing also continues today through Saturday in the 3 locations that have been set up all week. The Agate Senior Center, the Gigo Gym, and Teason Field. They'll be open today and tomorrow from 9 until noon, and then on Saturday, they'll be open from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. As of yesterday, the COVID area risk score was at 3.4. The CAR score accounting for the incidence of new cases and how well the testing identifies these cases and the rate of spread. The ideal CAR score, according to the administration, is 5.0. The governor says that she wants to see 14 days of the low score before she considers lifting any restrictions. The governor encouraging more people to take advantage of the free testing, also urging people to stay vigilant in the effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. She gives credit to the community for the current low score. Now, she does say once the COVID vaccines are administered here, Guam could revert back to the pre-COVID life. This while Guam stands to receive about 7,000 COVID-19 vaccines. It could come by the end of the month, and the first batch to be from Pfizer. The Pfizer vaccine awaiting FDA approval. Now, public health spokeswoman Janela Carrera tells The Point this morning that the vaccine will go through public health first and then will be distributed to other clinics. Carrera says that the number of vaccines coming to Guam changes, so it could be more than 7,000, also could be less. We'll just have to wait and see. There was a woman who was placed under arrest and put back in quarantine after she refused to cooperate with authorities upon arrival at the Guam airport. 54-year-old Susan Leslie Hogue was arriving at the airport when she refused to be quarantined at a government facility. Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says that she did agree to be transported to the hotel but still refused the quarantine. She was eventually booked and released and then transported back to the quarantine. It'll now be up to the Attorney General to pursue criminal charges against the woman. Well, more news right after this.
Chili's has a dinner deal you can't miss. Enjoy a tasty appetizer, 2 bottomless Coca-Cola beverages, and 2 mouth-watering entrees, all for just $35. Treat yourself to entree options like our fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs, personal fajita with chicken, or the ultimate bacon burger. Chili's 2 for $35. Available daily from 3 p.m. to closing for patio dining or takeout. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Call 648-7377 to place your takeout order today. With Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
The Department of Defense moving ahead with plans to formally build a backup airbase at Tinian. This as the Pentagon working to expand its existing airfields located in the Pacific and create new ones that could use they could use during a major peer-state clash, in particular with China. It's all part of an emergency distributed combat operation strategy, they say. The report is in drive.com. It states the facility would be capable of accepting formations of diverted aircraft and even launching combat operations if Andersen Air Force Base were to be put out of commission, even if just temporarily by enemy action or even by a natural disaster. According to the report, with this new facility will come other improvements to the island of Tinian and its infrastructure. The initiative, centered around a 40-year lease deal that was signed back in 2019, will also leverage the Tinian International Airport and its existing 8,500-foot runway and a small apron and expand upon it. Effective this morning, the restrictions on retirees, Guard and Reserve, and veteran access up at Andersen Air Force Base will be lifted, allowing ID card holders access to the base exchange, the commissary, and other Air Force facilities. Of course, all patrons will have to adhere to strict social distancing guidelines. And the village mayors are looking at posting a fee for some of the services that they provide out of their offices. This to include funeral escorts, mayor verification, and other uses of their mayor's office facilities. The mayors in a meeting yesterday discussed the idea that could help them recover some lost revenues from their budget cuts. No decisions have been made as to what fees will be imposed. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Okay, so this how dare they?
They can't just arbitrarily impose a fee or fine. They have to have public hearings.
No, I get it. So, but why don't we just make it so we don't need to go to them for a verification? Why do we need to go to them for a verification? Now, there was a whole lot of that going on with the real IDs until somebody read the instructions that said you don't need one. You can show up with a power bill or a water bill because if you're paying a bill someplace, it's pretty sure that that's where you live, and so that you could use that instead of going to the mayor's office.
You could actually have two residences and then pay a bill. And
but the point is that we still know who you are. Is the deal? There's still other ways. It doesn't need a mayor's verification. Why don't we just go through all of the laws that say something about mayor's verification and eliminate those requirements for people? Why do you need a mayor's verification to get your kids into school, as an example?
Because there's some schools that have too many students, and so they need a better way of distributing kids according to their district.
To the district, sure.
Everybody wants to go to Ganya Heights Elementary School.
Since ever since, yeah. No, I got it. Since ever since.
So not everybody from Dedido can go to Ganya Heights.
So what you do is you find a relative in Dedido and you just use that address. It ain't that tricky. I mean, does the mayor know literally everybody in the village?
Everybody lives at Joe Cruz's house?
I've got tons of kids registered at my home.
That's why you become godparents here on Guam. That's the whole point of finding somebody in Dedido to be a godparent. Number one, the chances are good that they're Catholic and have been confirmed.
But I tell you,
and number two,
it was truly a thing. Everybody really did want to go and be a bumblebee.
Well, that was a big story. Big story. I remember that 8:13 in the morning. And now the processions, funeral processions. Okay, now I got to be careful here because we're on cultural ground, right? Do we absolutely need to have an escort from the church to the graveside? Do we need to absolutely have that? I
don't know.
Does it? And what do the mayors do for that anyway?
They stop traffic and they allow for the
Why do they stop? Why do they have to stop traffic?
To allow for the free flow of the funeral procession to the cemetery.
It takes 20 minutes to get things set up at the cemetery anyway. And I have been at the end of these things. Tell you what, this is the way. You leave the church after a funeral, right? Any funeral on Guam, you leave the church. You got time to stop by a bar, have a couple of rounds, and then get to the graveside. And they're still not at the point where
Don't agree with
me. Polly always comes late too.
Polly shows up late.
He's
so
at the bar.
I'm just saying we don't need these escorts here. Multiple mile escorts.
Marito and Petey were opposed to the idea of charging for that.
Well, of course, because they got all the money now. All the small villages have got just as much money as Dedido has. Of course, they're going. Oh, no, hold on to that. 8:14 in the morning. There are a couple of other points here before we get into. Now, let me do this first. The weather for today. Sorry. You know what? Can I just say how much I miss having a phone that you can slam when somebody, like, when you're having a hard time with somebody, and just go, that's enough out of you. Goodbye.
Hang up
be able
on.
to hang up on somebody. It just doesn't feel the same. It goes, that's enough out of you. And then press the red button. It just doesn't work out that way. 8:14 in the morning. There's a high risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs for those of you that are going to be spending some time today along those east-facing reefs. Hey, just remember, if you get in trouble on the eastern side of the island, they got to send somebody from Boat Basin to get to you. Or they call Pirates Cove and release the kraken of jet skis that they may have there. Today, cloudy with showers and isolated thunderstorms. Southeast winds to about 20 miles an hour. Daytime highs 84 degrees. Same thing tonight, except overnight lows will be about 77. Heat index today at the high point might be about 90. Tonight into tomorrow. Grill marks for the weekend. Mostly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms Friday and Friday night. Hopefully, it'll get everything out of the system today and tomorrow, and then by the time we get to the weekend, it will be burning. I mean, what you do, you go to Payless and get coconut oil, and you just rub that stuff all over yourself, and then when the sun comes out from behind the cloud, you can actually hear yourself sizzle. East winds up to about 20 miles an hour, highs near 87. Overnight lows about 78. Sunset tonight, Thursday, therapy sunset. And if you're lucky enough to know Sarah Garin very well, she'll tell you directions. She'll drop a pin on where the Thursday therapy is going to be. That will be at 5:52 p.m. Hashtag tell the others. It's 8:16.
Are you fed up with those long bank lines? Do you wish you had a bank who gave you faster service? Well, by enrolling in Bank Pacific's new mobile app, you don't even need to wait in line. But even if you do want to come down in person, we're more than happy to see your smiling face, as long as you have a mask. Because our service is so good, we don't believe in lines. Because for 66 years, we've been making sure you get the service you deserve. Because where others put branches, we place roots. And we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
Here's an important message to federal employees and annuitants from Take Care. Given the extraordinary challenges presented this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this year's open season is like no other in the way you'll access information and choose a plan. Open season runs from November 9 through December 14. Exciting changes are being made across all Take Care plan options to expand access to care. To learn more, visit www.takecareasia.com/openseason20 or call 647-3526. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
So somebody on Facebook Live came up with a better idea than any of ours for what to do with the 2001 Freightliner box truck.
Impossible.
It happened. It happened.
Oh.
His suggestion, Club USA mobile unit.
You got to install a pole in there, man.
You might already have one. I mean, I don't know about Freightliners. I call my buddy Mark and see what they, what they have in those kinds of things. 8:17 in the morning, and you could probably do because they make them with roll up, roll down doors. Like for delivering beverages. So you could probably make it so like on one side it would be a little miniature stage, and that would be like the Club USA stage.
Yeah.
Then on the other one would be like Club Foxy. On the other side.
Yeah.
Or a little tiny dressing room or something
tiny
like that.
Tiny shower in there.
Where the girls can hang out at. It's 8:17 in the morning. If you're interested, $15,000 gets it for you. But if you're interested in a new ride, may I direct your attention to the guys over at Nissan. I had a great time with Stanley yesterday talking about the great automobiles that they got over at that place. We spent a little bit of time talking about this. If you're on the screen right now on the Facebook Live, you are looking at a Nissan Titan, and there has never been a better time to find a 2020 Titan than right now. Only pickup with 400 horses on it, America's best truck warranty, 5 years, 100,000 miles on it, and you're going to love it. A couple of things that you're going to really love. Brand new Nissan starting as low as $84 a pay period, financing as low as 1.99%. And I love this. I finally got the splains on how this is going to work. Nissan will make your first 3 payments. And I thought, there'd be somebody in accounting, writing out a check to the bank for, December and one in January and one. No, this is the way it works. What they're going to do is they're going to issue you a check equal to the first 3 months of car payments.
Be responsible.
Be responsible. Right. Yes, Real Joe, I'll be responsible for that. Hey, is that a PS5 over there? I'll take, what have I got? I need a PS5 in the bedroom. I need a PS5 in the living room. Need a PS5 in the kids' playroom? You can get 3 or 4 of those things for the car payments. So that's the way it's going to work. Stanley Hallers, Chris Leonin, and Jefferson Valencia be happy to take you on a test drive of the Frontier or this beautiful Titan today.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
To fill you up with too much hope here. But I believe that there is, and have believed for some time, there's been a hope deficit. My calendar for 2020 looks like this: January, February, quarantine, December. And we're still not out of it for December just yet. We're still not in the free zone. But you never know. With 14 days at 5 Cabreras are left, you never know. It is possible that they could come out with some really, really interesting things for a lifting of restrictions. The lady said maybe things will feel like they did pre-COVID-19. Frankly, I've forgotten what pre-COVID-19 feels like. What you need to do here is open up your phone and go back to everything that happened prior to March about the 16th or so. Take a look at that. And I've got a good enough memory that I remember some of the things that we did. You remember that blues guy that was playing at Kento's?
Yeah, the
that was the
harmonica
Friday.
man.
It was a Friday just before everything was supposed to hit. I remember going to Jeff's Pirates Cove to get the last of the burgers and the cold beers that you would be able to order in the free times before we went to P-Core 1. And like I said, you got pageants and things like that. Now, anybody that knows me, I mean, well enough to really knows me, knows that I don't like going to movie theaters. I don't like going to movie theaters. There was a time, but it was a long time ago, where people were actually, courteous about things and watched out for their fellow man. But in movie theaters, it's virtually every man for themselves. You get people in there that number one, please don't bring your stinky food to the movie theater, and number two, don't put it in a plastic bag that crinkles the entire time we're watching the show.
I can't bring my barbecue squid to the...
No, you gotta eat that outside, bud.
Come on, man.
No, what is it? No Dorian, none of that stuff at the movie theaters. And then you got the guy, and I got to say, sometimes I'm that guy, because you're watching the movie and you're going, yeah, this movie's kind of boring for a couple of minutes. Let me just check my phone to see if I've gotten any messages. And just the act of turning on the phone screen will cause everybody behind you for 17 rows back to be blinded and not be able to see what's going on. So when we open up the movie theaters, when we reopen the theaters, can we reopen them like they have it in Manila? Let's do everything like they do it in Manila. Let's do that. But they got the one with the lay down seats.
Yes. Full on Lazy Boy.
Yeah, no, better than Lazy Boy. I mean, yeah, the thing that you can lay all the way back on these things.
Yeah.
And they got nice armrests in it, and the armrest has a button. And in the one that they've got at the Maxims, you press the button, and a guy shows up. A guy shows up.
First class.
That's the movie Kuya. He is the movie Kuya. And he's, yes, sir, thank you very much. Can I get you some? Yes, I'd like another Coke. I'd like a Sprite, and I'd like the balut flavored popcorn. Yes, sir, right away, sir. Guy'll disappear for a couple of minutes, come back. You get them to go to the back and get you a hot dog. You can get them to go to and get a beer, because you can drink beer in the movie theaters in Manila.
You can get a full-on meal at the theater.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. And I'm going, let's
you are served.
So I don't want, the governor says we'll go back to the way it was before. I don't want it to go back to the way it was before. I want it to be better. So let's talk about these guys and let's see how they can wow us in the future. So yeah, movies kind of sorta, and yeah, bigger, better, mixed played. I want to go hang out and listen to some cool music on a stage. When was the last time? Literally
too long.
When was the last time we saw a band play? I'll tell you what, for me, last time I saw anything that looked like an organized band playing, Calvary Chapel.
Oh, yeah.
Calvary Chapel. Is that Chris on one?
Yes, sir.
Right on. Senator-elect Chris Dwayne, yes.
Good day, Rick Gibson, Senator Mana, Real Joe.
Hey, good morning, Senator.
So good to have you around.
Doing belated Thanksgiving, and
I miss having you. You know, I want Ray to go on a trip so that you could come back.
I could just take a week off.
I tell you what, I missed that. Those are good times hanging out with Senator Mana.
Do you suppose I could?
Well, if you do, I do.
Well, no, I was going to ask Janelle if I could get the special service over at Dusit. where
Boy,
I can
me
stay
and-
there
You just
3
go-
meals a day, but I can still go outside. I do it like a
don't know,
staycation.
Me and Real Joe, I tell you, I don't know what you're going to come back to.
It doesn't matter. It's the media scene here on Guam is if you're not listening to me, you're listening to somebody else. Most of the time, people are listening to me, so it doesn't really matter. And you do a fantastic job keeping the meters going when you're here. Will you be able to do that for me when you're senator, Chris Duenas?
As long as there's no complaints from my colleagues.
Look, screw them. Number one, screw them. And number two, if anybody complains to me, look, I'm managing partner. I got to take a break every once in a while. And Chris does a good job, so you'd probably end up being the guy.
No, but it's such a good opportunity to bring the issues to the people because nobody watches session. Nobody watches a public hearing. Unless you're watching with Candid.
Yeah.
This stuff is just boring.
Yep.
You're absolutely right, man. I think that's what I would bill it as, is an opportunity for for colleagues and others to come in and then discuss the details of the issues we're working on.
Well, here's the reason for the telephone call. You might be going, well, it's always nice to hear from Ray, but is there anything behind this other than, hey, we're just all a bunch of great guys, aren't we? The Guam Daily Post today, thousands of Guam households just 3 weeks away from seeing empty pockets. And they make a good point that it says our local officials seem to have hitched their wagon on what the federal government and Congress would or might do. The Congress, House, and Senate passed on $908 billion worth of pandemic relief yesterday, and I don't think there's going to be daylight between those two guys in the White House until after the inauguration, whenever that's going to end up being. And so far, we don't see anything like a plan. Frank Bloss Jr., working with Vince Borja, showed off the RX-5 plan just prior to the election. And you've got a plan that might light a fire under the administration to work a little bit harder, a little bit faster to reopen the island, number one, and get more people that can go back to their jobs, whose businesses have managed to hold on by their fingernails. And get more employees and more customers into those businesses. Day one, you've got a bill that you can drop on the legislature immediately that would provide for advice and consent from the legislature, right?
That bill is on fire right now. It's just so ready to be introduced. And so yes, absolutely, Ray. Day one, there's two things I'm going to do on day one. First of all is introduce that bill. I just wish it would get introduced right now, to be honest with you. But
sometimes you can count on the brave and courageous members of the Republican Party in the 35th Guam legislature, and sometimes you go, well, I guess I'm going to have to wait it until it's my turn.
Yeah, and then the second thing I'm going to do is pen a letter to whomever is going to be having the honor or privilege or I don't know if it's going to be so privileged to be the Office of Finance and Budget Ways and Means Director to immediately convene the Special Economic Services. That hasn't been happening for years now, and I think it's a major disservice to our people. I think that we need to bring everyone to the table immediately. I would want to see the governor's budget proposal. The budget call should come out in January anyways. I would like to see that actually even in the first week so that all of the planning and all of the folks can get together from every sector to include the public auditor, which he's doing some great audits right now, and we're finding out some information that's a little bit sketchy, but we'll move forward with that as well.
Well, we'll use the word questionable as they do in the report. And what I counted, 3 times in the paragraphs of just the executive summary where they said generally DOA and BBMR is doing this. However, and there's a whole lot of generally, but however, and then you make your way through. I will spend most of the rest of the day reading the audit and seeing some of the highlights, especially on 5 pages of questionable costs or questionable expenditures that have been made in the name of COVID, even though the documentation in many cases is words COVID free. So that will be fun to go through, and it sounds like you've already made a start on that yourself.
Yeah, I have a fiscal hawk friend of mine who shares information as well, and so there's going to be a lot to discuss. I think there's no.
Hey, do you have a line on Bertha? Bertha Duenas?
I do not. Have a line on Bertha, but I have I have an equally skilled individual who I communicate with regularly, But the thing is,
well, you need to be WhatsApping me more often, Brad. Come on, you're holding back.
I really believe the most important thing, there's no question day one that the 36th Guam legislature just cannot at all be asleep at the wheel. We're in for some really, really tough times. And I think that, the biggest thing that's frustrating a lot of folks, particularly in the private sector, is the fact that, there may be some discussions going on in silos, and even in some of those silos, from what I understand, individuals that were participating before have just bailed because they're too frustrated. But the thing is that the legislature is where it all happens. That's the people's house, and folks get to come down there and air their concerns, whether it's Zoom, whether it's in person. But I think that's really the strength of the bill that I'm going to be introducing, and hopefully it passes right away. So that when we're doing these things with everybody sitting at the table. Ray, the wife and I have done, we're trying to support small business as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
We've done curbside probably 2-3 times, this or last week and this week. It's amazing. I went by a couple of restaurants that have gone through the process of putting their outdoor dining and seating and everything else, and people are sitting there trying to have a good time, sweating and talking through their mask and
dodging the rain.
Sure, and the thing is that you just get on the roads, go anywhere around this island right now. And the truth is, the only thing that's locked down is businesses. Everything else is moving. People are moving. They're going places. They're doing what they can with what they to where they can. But the fact of the matter is, really, it's just really that finite sector right now, and most of these businesses that are prepared. They've spent the money. They've done the mitigation. They've done everything they need to do. The only thing they can't do is operate. And that's just, it's unacceptable, Ray. I get it in terms of what we need to do, and the fact that this is a very, very dangerous and crazy ass virus. But the bottom
no, it's not. No, it's not. Don't drink that Kool-Aid. It's not. The virus is doing exactly what they said it was going to be doing 11 months ago. I said, if you're old, watch out, because it's going to come after old people, and it did. And if you've got comorbidities, i.e. diabetes, heart disease, breathing problems, it's going to come after you. And it did. But even still, we got 165,000 people here. There's 112 that have passed away as a result of this, and that number seems to have been going down fairly significantly, on the decline, as it were, lately. And maybe people have figured out what it is that we've got to do, and that is, as Dr. McNinch will tell you, we need to bifurcate the town. We've got to be able to say, these are young, healthy people, and they need to go to work and keep the economy going. These people are older, and they've got comorbidities. We need to protect these guys. These are the ones that we need to social distance for. These are the ones that we need to mask up for. And I think most people have done that. But the truth of the matter is, and you can see this if you read the reports, it's only dangerous to a particular segment of the community that we can protect. Everybody else ought to be able to go back to work.
So Ray, what I was talking about when I said that is the virility of it, the fact that it's easy to catch. So then now you're the person that catches it, and then you can go pass it on. I understand that part, but you're absolutely right in terms of.
Well, I don't even know about the virility here. It's 8:30. Now you know me. I've tried to keep a fairly active social schedule, even despite COVID-19, despite the fact that people are eating outside, and virtually every watering hole that I hold a tab at has closed since March, or reopened briefly. And I haven't had such as much as a runny nose since March.
Yeah, so when these clusters happen and when these breakouts happen, obviously it becomes an ember turns into a fire. But my point is that we also have learned that, and we've become conditioned to that. So we are a lot more careful than we were back in March. And so the fact of the matter, we can debate that issue back and forth, and the science. Or whatever else.
I'll tell you, I'll win right now, so we don't waste any more time on it.
Good enough. But moving forward, we take your point. Okay, well, take it. Moving forward, it's all the more reason why. The truth is that we need to just really, really move forward on getting our businesses open and getting our economy moving, because we are on the verge of so much uncertainty And I'm sure people's anxiety is really starting to raise and higher, and we need to get Guam open and moving and working.
Oh God, yeah. There's a couple of interesting stories. One I was going to play a little bit earlier out of Fox News this morning. They're talking to what's her name, Betsy Davos at the Federal Department of Education, and she is clamoring now to get the kids back into face-to-face schooling. Montesilva Tyron talking, and I want to say that there's. Another story, maybe it was the same one where they're talking about just the sheer number of failures in the school systems now, because they are handing kids grades, and there are some kids for which the Zoom distance learning is okay, and for some it's torture, and they're just not picking up anything on that. Senator, if you don't mind, there's Gina on the line, wants to talk about on school closures. Good morning, Gina. You're on with Senator Chris Duenas.
Good morning, Senator.
Half a day, Gina.
Hey, we're listening to you, and we are going to make sure when you hit the ground in January, we're going to be watching, and we are praying that you do what you say you're going to do, and that you're going to help get things back open again for those of us who are still out there waiting. And like you said, Ray, by the skin of our teeth, we're hanging on, hoping we can open our businesses again. You know, Christmas is coming up, and I want you guys to understand, for those business people that are still out here trying to figure out how to make ends meet, at this point we're wondering what our employees are going to do when the PUA checks run out in December, and we cannot afford to bring them back. We don't have enough business to bring them back. Mm-hmm. We don't anticipate that in January, February, March, April, I don't know how long it's going to take to be able to bring back the same employees that we've had to let go. And our heart is breaking for them, and Christmas is coming up, and we don't know what to do about that. So, Chris, we're going to be watching, okay? I just want
Gina,
you to know that.
Yeah, please do, and please continue to express like you're expressing right now, because I will call for an immediate hearing on that bill, because then your voice can also be heard where it's supposed to be heard, in a public hearing at the legislature. Please pass this bill.
In the second branch of government.
We can go down to the legislature and express ourselves, because we are sick and tired of having to do this. As much as we enjoy the media and as much as we enjoy talk shows, we're tired of doing it there. We want to do it at the people's house, and we want to tell our elected leaders, move.
Absolutely. And I'll correct you, Senator, and notwithstanding, present company, you are not my elected leader. You are my elected representative. And and Gina's making a point for everybody that's listening is that you are representing all of the people of Guam and the businesses that employ up to 37,000 people that are underemployed and unemployed right now. And I asked the same question that Gina has. I mean, what are you going to do? Where did you work before? Oh, I used to work at Chuck E. Cheese. Where are you going to work now? I don't know. Exactly. where I'm going to be working. I used to work over at this restaurant. I used to work over in this bar. I used to work in this hotel. And the jobs ain't going to be coming back there real fast. What are we going to do with all of these people? And I'm not suggesting that we formulate a mechanism to put more free money into their hands. We need to give them opportunities to work. And we've got to start building those opportunities here very, very quickly.
Yeah, free money isn't a long-term solution.
Nope.
So, yeah, I completely agree. But the reason I'm calling is a few weeks ago, in the beginning part of November, Robert Radfield, the CDC director, came out and said, kids need to go back to school. Mm-hmm. CDC, the agency that we are supposedly following, came out and said, they came out and said, kids from K to 12, and he said even possibly college students need to get back into the classroom. Fauci just came out and said kids need to get back into the classroom. Now, I know this has become a really political issue, but where is our director of education? Where's our senator that represents education? Where are these people? My granddaughter last week threw a fit and cried. I don't know for how long. Her parents texted me and said she is crying. She said, I want COVID to go away. She's only 4, Ray. Mm-hmm. And she said, I want the corona to go away so I could go back to school and have friends. This is she's only 4. But can you imagine the older students that have been stuck at home? They need to get back into school. They need to start learning. And you cannot tell me sitting in front of a computer is educating them. And I want to know, where is our education director? Where is our senator who's in charge of this? Where are they? If you guys are supposedly listening to CDC, if that's where you're getting your guidelines, and to the governor, if that's where you're getting your guidelines, where are you? They've already come out and said, let the kids go back to school. Where are you? I want to know.
Well, you know, Gina, as is typical, the only guidelines that they follow from the CDC are the ones that match up with what their guidelines are. CDC came out, it wasn't that long ago, and they said, quarantines and lockdowns don't work. So stop using those as a primary means. All kinds of other things, up to and including get the kids back into school. And like I said, none other than the federal Department of Education chairwoman Betsy DeVos says we got to get the kids back in face-to-face learning because the scores are coming down hard. The isolation of the children is something that we probably won't know the effect on for several years, but we don't need to wait out several years to see what the effect is on our senior citizens community, who have probably already been in some form of isolation from their families to begin with, and now they're in lockdown in perhaps their own homes with limited opportunities to see their kids and grandkids as a result of all of these things. We need to get better at taking care of those people, and at the same time get those kids back into school, get them back into social surroundings and social events, and frankly, we need to do the same thing over at the legislature. Online public hearings and online events. That's no good. We got to everything should be face to face at some point. 20 away from the top of the hour. Gina, always fun talking with. I'm going to let Gina go, Senator, and hold on. We'll get your closing comments.
Sure. So, Gina, as you listen off the air or however this is going to work, I've been talking to a number of educators as well who agree with you, and they want to get back in the classroom, and they understand what's going on with our families, with our kids, and with their education. The problem is that they have to, from what I understand, they have to follow this situation now because of the governor's order. My understanding was that before the lockdown, before this current situation that exists right now, came to be, there was a plan that the kids would at least go 2 days a week to school, and this way they could rotate the population to ensure that even though it's not very infectious for kids, but the teachers and faculty and whatever, they would do it so that at least the kids would get 2 days of face-to-face instruction, get their stuff that they need to be doing at home, and then be there again 2 to 3 days the next week. And that way you can keep that student population and the population down because you're rotating the students at least.
But with the executive order, there's an executive order that says that there's no face-to-face in the classroom. So John Fernandez can do anything he wants to, take as many surveys as he wants to from the teachers, students, and the families. But unless somebody budges over at Adelup, there won't be any changes.
So this all works together. The bottom line is this all works together because then everybody, like I said, from all sectors, parents can come down and testify that, look, this should be open, this should be open, this should be open, when the fact is that the legislature has to approve after the first 30 days. Every subsequent 30 days, it has to be approved in terms of the plan going forward with the lockdown. Gotcha, Gina. Thanks for the time. Senator Duenas, I appreciate you taking some time to talk with us on the radio this morning. And I might actually ponder the idea here in the next little bit of maybe doing a little bit of a staycation, maybe having you come by and hear from the people you represent for new ideas to take into the legislature. Well, we'll see if my boss at the House approves of that, but I think we can do something like that. What nonsense? What? I pay you for that. What? She can't give me that. What?
Bring her along. It'll be fun.
It's not like it's non-sufficient funds or something. All right, bro. I'll talk to you pretty soon. There's soon-to-be Senator Chris Duenas and former Senator Chris Duenas at the same time. Some very interesting stuff that he brings up. Now, this is what we're tracking on is an opportunity for if they believe that there is a public health emergency at some point, you need to go to the legislature and get the buy-in from the legislature. Legislature starts talking. They need to be able to bring in their own witnesses. They need to be able to talk about what the continuing and lingering economic impact is going to be, and things like education and things like people's mental health. And those are the things that we're not hearing about now. There might be some anecdotal numbers that maybe the Republicans have. They were talking about significant increases in alcohol sales because people are sitting around. They got no hope. What the heck? Let's drink it up, buddy. That's what I'm using my PUA money for is cold beer. Also suicides, also increases in the number of prescriptions that are being written for anxiety medication and things like that. But you're not hearing about that someplace where we should be, that is at the legislature where people can testify.
But that's not entirely true, because we do have these individuals going to testify and offer their input. But the legislature is not listening to these people. I mean, it's not, and you don't necessarily have to hear it in a public hearing. You could also look at the newspaper. You can go out to the protests and hear those same cries, and then take those messages into account.
Well, there needs to be a braver and more courageous set of people in the legislature, because this bunch here has shown their inability to form up one solid backbone to stand up to Adelup. Anyway, 8:44. Did you want to do the news?
Sure.
Yeah, pretty soon.
I could.
Okay, don't bring up that story about the mayors wanting to charge for funerals and mayors verifications, because that one just that they want to charge for that, huh? It just makes me crazy. 8:44 in the morning. Monty's got a last look at headlines next.
Chili's has a dinner deal you can't miss. Enjoy a tasty appetizer, 2 bottomless Coca-Cola beverages, and 2 mouth-watering entrees, all for just $35. Treat yourself to entree options like our fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs, personal fajita with chicken, or the ultimate bacon burger. Chili's 2 for $35. Available daily from 3 p.m. to closing for patio dining or takeout. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of the Tucumán Sands Plaza. Call 648-7377 to place your takeout orders today. With Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
This Christmas, window shopping and gift purchases might be done more online than ever before. Don't let scammers ruin the spirit of the season. Keep your information safe with these tips. When shopping online, use a secure and trusted network. When checking out, look for the lock icon in your browser bar and ensure the site you're on is valid by confirming the URL. Lastly, keep track of your spending by checking your bank statements often. For more online safety tips, visit the Fraud Information Center at bankofguam.com. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Now, before we get into that last look at headlines with Mana, it's time that we bring you some real news here on this station, on this program. And here is the real news. Sabine Chargaloff has been cleared to leave the house by DPHSS. They came by.
That's good news.
Yeah, no, apparently it was a personal visit. Apparently there was a personal visit to Sabine's place. And they said, clear, go ahead, go out and live your life. And now Sabine is wandering around going, what is there to do? It's 8:46 in the morning. We'll see what they come up with here on the Facebook Live in a couple of minutes. It's time for our last look at headline news. The 8:30 news here at 8:46 with Montesilva Tyrant.
Well, there were 31 new positive cases reported yesterday out of 752 tests that were administered, and the testing will continue today through Saturday. 3 locations have been set up in Agate, in Tietzen, and up in Jigo. All the way through Saturday from 9 until noon today and tomorrow, and then from 9 until 2 on Saturday. The CAR score also down. It's 3.4 as of yesterday. The governor says she wants to see low score for 14 days before she considers lifting any restrictions. She does give some hope, though, saying that once the COVID vaccine is administered here, Guam could revert back to pre-COVID life. Guam does stand to receive up to 7,000 vaccines. It could come by the end of this month. The Post is reporting that the first of the vaccine will be from Pfizer. Public health spokesman Janela Carrera tells us this morning it could be more than 7,000. That number keeps fluctuating. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. It's 8:47 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And, Janela and I, earlier in the hour or today or whatever it was, talking about the fatalities and the nature of the fatalities. We hope that we'd be able to get some firmer numbers on this. But according to the epidemiologist, half of the people who have died with COVID-19 also died with diabetes. So, I mean, is that you? Are we talking about you? Are you a candidate for diabetes? And maybe you're going, yeah, well, I probably, you know what I'm going to do, Ray? I'm going to go and I'm going to be like you. I'll go run down in Tucumán. That's what I'll do. I'll go and run Marine Drive and do all that stuff. And then we'll be running marathons and I won't have to worry about diabetes. There is a new research. If people who run all the time make you crazy, there's a reason to make fun of their certifiably crazy habits like mine. In a review of 15 years worth of studies on the health benefits of running, researchers have found that you don't have to run all that much to max out on running's health benefits. Says here, lacing up just once or twice a week for about 50 cumulative minutes no more than about 6 miles a week, provides plenty of protection against cardiovascular disease, chronic disease, and early death by any other cause. So if you only go out and run about 6 miles a week, that's all it's going to take.
And does it have to be running, though? Because some people hate running.
No, you can just jog it out, whatever, move a little bit
Jesse
faster.
Duhan's
Well, what we'd always said was
adage.
if you're going to be moving, move. There's a lot of people, you see them in Tumon, and they're strolling.
Mm-hmm.
There's in my mind, no health benefit to strolling except for being outside.
Any activity
pump your arms.
is better than no activity.
Pump your arms, get out there, and trying to build up a sweat, get some cardio action going. I mean, if you want to run 30 miles a week, go ahead, run 30 miles a week. But 6 will do it. You max out at about 6 is what this review says. So go out and find some comfortable shoes. Pick out a route. I'd start with something flat.
I tell you, the running really helps the mental health part for me.
Well,
yeah, it really helps to get a lot of stuff off of my.
I think in terms of other benefits of running. I mean, obviously the health benefits are there if you want to lose weight, if you want to get your cardio up, and things like that. But for me, and like I said, what I'm missing 5Ks. I'm missing for a lot of people, Saturday morning 5Ks is the equivalent after a certain age of Friday nights at a certain age. You're going to get together.
Because you like the group thing, the atmosphere.
So the camaraderie is a bigger thing for you than just the
I'm
exercise.
a super duper loner. I like to do my exercise by myself. I mean, once in a while I'll have a workout partner or a couple of friends, but man, I enjoy that moment of.
I'm on on the road, hit the road on your own, focusing and all of that, and you can still do that. I mean, 5Ks are just it's once a week. You still got weekday running that you can do.
And your friends run all faster than you.
To be antisocial, I mean, if you're going to be antisocial,
my
you
friends
got
all leave me behind.
Plenty of time to do that. Yeah, I miss long runs. I feel terrible. I feel like I can't do a 5K anymore. It's just I've lost it, and I got to rebuild it. And I hear these guys, oh yeah, we're going to do 13 tomorrow. Oh my God. Oh, my God. I remember we used to be able to do 13 miles just because it was Sunday. Yeah, no problem. We'll go out, come back in an hour. See you pretty soon. Anyway, 8:51 in the morning. That's Montecillo Tyrant. She's got the news. I just want to share that with you. If you think that, it's either that die from diabetes or die from running, it doesn't have to be that way. You max out at about 6 miles or about 50 minutes or so of cumulative effort a week. So try to put in some of that effort. And it's simple. I'll give you another hint. Couch to 5K. Just Google it. Google Couch to 5K, and it will give you a program, and they're super easy that will get you off the couch today and perhaps running a 5K within about 30, 45 days. And who knows, maybe in 30 or 45 days we might actually be having 5Ks. 8:51 already? Good night, nurse. Already. Oh, yeah, it's because you're trying to leave at 8:30. You got it 8:51 in the morning. A quick break, and I'll be right back.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
I never did that thing for APL, right? I said I was going to do it after the break, and I didn't. Okay, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, brings you portions of the Ray Gibson Show. So does FHP, where they are open right now, even though it's PCOR 1. If you've got an appointment, please keep your appointments. The last thing that we want is for you to be sick and go, well, I don't know if I want to go to the clinic. Do I have to go to the clinic? Should I go to the Yeah, go to the clinic, please, and check that out. Another thing that you might want to be able to do is swing by Mescla and check out the hot new breads and cookies. Cookies? Yes. Available. You can call them at 688-BUNS. I've been asked not to make jokes about that being the Club Foxy's phone number from before, and now that's COVID times and nobody's going there. It's actually the phone number for USA. 688-BUNS or 479-BOOKA to place your order today over at Mescla and Mescla Dos.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations, check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play or go to thepoint.gu.
I was just thinking about that. Now, remind me the next time I got to do a joke about 688 buns. Yeah, I'll just there's a girl I know. That should be her phone number. Is 688 buns. No, I'm sure you know her too. Anyway, so what was that last commercial? Is the one about the app? You can find us on the Android Place and the Google. What is it? Android. Google Play, if you have that kind of phone, and now you can get us with the Apple app, and the cool. For me, there's a couple of cool things. Frankly, I've always been able to see where everybody is on the streams, but it's a little bit easier when we do this on now that the app has gone wider. So do me a favor, download the apps, absolutely free from whichever the Play stores. Just go look for 93.3 The Point and do that. It's some neat features on it. Sometimes you go, well, Ray's off the air. Let's go see what they're doing over on Boss. Let's see what Donna sounds like. But one of the other cool features of the stream is I can see where you are. I can see where you are. Obviously, there's a bunch of people listening on Guam, but looking at the deal here, I've got a couple of folks logged in San Francisco, and maybe you're familiar with which is a city in California. For those of you that don't know, Colorado Springs is still online, and Alexandria, Virginia, where the stream is active right now. Now, it won't tell me whose it is. Their IP address is 96231.158.28. Won't tell me exactly who it is, but I think it's kind of neat that I can see where you are. Now, I was talking the other day about somebody listening in the Philippines, in Muntinlupa, which according to Real Joe, that's the love capital of all of the Philippines is in Muntinlupa. And so I mentioned that the other day, and then I get a note from Belen Sidel.
Uh-oh.
Who knows the guy in Muntinlupa that's listening to the broadcast. Says
Whoa.
he's a huge Point fan, listens every morning.
That's crazy.
I think that is awesome. I think that's do me a favor, whoever is listening in Muntinlupa. I said, and I told Belen to tell him just look for Ray Gibson on Facebook and then ask for make the request for a friend. Because it's always good to have friends in the Philippines.
Yes.
And I'm going to start looking up Muntinlupa and to find out. And I'm sure I'm saying it wrong.
Wow. This is pretty cool.
First of all, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. But anyway, and then I'm going to go visit, and then I'm going to come back with whatever it is, the big product or service it is in Muntinlupa, or in the very least, a refrigerator magnet. There's got to be somebody's. What do we make there? Capiz lamps? Is there anything like that? What is it? Somebody from Muntinlupa? Who are you turning me on to out there? Who's on the phone? Oh, the senator? Oh, what is that? This is 3 minutes before
he
the
heard
top
Philippines and he called right away.
Yeah. I guess so. Good morning, Senator Jim Moylan. How you doing?
All right, Ray. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning to you. We don't have a whole lot of time this hour unless you get really, really interesting, and I blow off the 9 o'clock news. But
no.
We'll see. First of all, I wanted to congratulate you on getting a bill out of the 35th Guam legislature.
Hooray! Well, thank you. Yeah,
so this makes how many now?
Grand total. I don't know, maybe 6, possibly 6 or
Woo-hoo!
7. Yeah, exactly. Yes, and I did have 3 bills this session that passed, and now it's in the governor's hands here, and I'm hoping she will agree because I had basically a great majority of the votes yes in favor of those bills. The LLC bill passed, reducing it from the fee from $1,000 to $250.
Yeah,
and we successfully added 2 more industries onto the matrix of GITA's qualifying certificates, which are the drone industry, creating jobs and diversifying our industries here as well, and then also fulfillment and development centers to attract these companies to Guam. And since these bills were all introduced, or these 2 bills were introduced months and months prior to the pandemic, there has been interest generated, and companies are considering doing this. But of course, that will be up to GITA and to see how much tax incentives we can provide to these companies that will bring jobs and basically paying taxes on the island.
Well,
So
you might
I'm
want
happy for that.
to try to get in front of something. I'm sure that you're hearing about the disagreements among the cannabis people here on Guam. You get some people that go, hey, let's make recreational cannabis retail activity available virtually everywhere, and then you get the guys that run businesses in Tumon saying, well, no, and let's not market the island for that kind of thing. Maybe you ought to help Gita identify areas on Guam that we can turn into green zones and incentivize businesses to move into there. You got that entire place, a lot of Anigua, all the way down to Adelup is, in my mind, it's kind of distressed property. It'd be interesting if we could open up little marijuana cafes, little places where people can go, dispensaries in that area, and incentivize that so that when somebody's making a decision on whether they want to be next to the Playboy store in which is near your place, right?
Yes, it's kind of on my way to the grocery store and church. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So whether we want one over there by Jimmy's place in Tumon, or whether we want it in Adelup or maybe Harmon. So we've got a financial incentive for them to go. Well, let's try Harmon out. Let's go see what's going to be happening there, and that ought to keep it out of the hands of the tourists.
Yeah, and if they so want to go there, they know where to go. But in the meantime, with family and churches and schools around, those industries you probably want to keep separate for the safety. And if as as adults, if we so wish to go to that area, where we can call it like the red light district would be. All right, so that's a great idea, and especially now with businesses not really at their full capacity, this could be the opportunity to say, hey, yeah, I'm willing to look at another location.
Got it.
And where can you help me move to?
Okay.
Sure.
So just after 9 o'clock in the morning, I would normally bust out and you yak something about Fox News Live, but it's all Biden stuff, so it bores me. But I prefer to stay with you. Now, I think on Trina J, as in Happy Thanksgiving, on Trina J's page on Facebook, she put up a story. Are you doing a public hearing for something with Southern High that I've missed a press release on?
We just had the public hearing yesterday for their auditorium. The bill was introduced earlier in the year, and it finally got through committee and got assigned. And Senator Rigel was expedited it to get me a public hearing yesterday. It was well received by the Director of Education, John Fernandez, and the Chairman of the Education Board. We had the principal as well on from Southern High, and many vice principals too, and all in support of getting Southern High repaired, especially their auditorium. What great programs they used to have there. We had Japanese schools would come to the island to utilize that. They see their auditorium, once repaired and fully functional, as being the beacon for the schools and attracting people to come on down there. Even Senator Rigel was part of this dance group that used to do performances there too, and he thought it was a great place too.
I remember I'd seen him a couple of times. He was he the cowboy or the cop in that local version of the Village People? Do you remember?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure
construction worker. There we go.
And we had also Senator Amanda used to go down there as well. So it was well received, and we really want to get it repaired. But what the bill does is a public-private partnership to allow the business to come in and to repair it. We know we don't have money in the general fund to do these kind of things, and Department of Education's budget was really cut as well. But companies that are interested through a well, basically, instead of paying their tax, the bill authorizes up to $1 million and 2 years, $500,000 tax break by using that capital to repair the air conditioning. And then they estimated the air conditioning is close to $1 million, and there's other mildew issues that they have to take care of in the electronics of it.
They had that problem before. I recall they had the problem with the air conditioning before, and a lot of mildew at Southern, and they had all these guys coming out of the woodworks going, "Oh, it's going to cost us $1 million. We got to do mildew mitigation in the school." And somebody had a brain fart and said, Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to send a bunch of people in there with Clorox and Pine Sol, and they went through everything and they cleaned it all out, and nobody ever even got as much of a nosebleed. So I'm with you on that. Let's find a way to get this done, but as expeditiously and financially efficiently as possible. 3 after 9. I am going to let you go. I'll talk to you pretty soon. And again, congratulations. We'll see if Governor Lulian Guerrero will see her way to giving you that one public law from the 35th Guam legislature. And in that case, you will have earned your government funeral.
I appreciate that.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. It's, Senator Jim Moylan, just after, 9 in the morning? All right, we'll catch up with whatever's left of Fox News, and I'll be right back.
Jeff Monosso, Fox News.
The World Health Organization joining other health groups in recommending against the use of masks with valves to prevent COVID-19 because they allow breath to escape. The producers of Jeopardy outlining the plan to continue after the death of longtime host Alex Trebek.
The show's executive producer Mike Richards revealing in a news release the first season without him will air the week of January 11th, while Trebek's last filmed episodes will air the week prior. A series of interim guest hosts will join the Jeopardy family as reps search for a long-term replacement. Former contestant Ken Jennings will be the first.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Discovery is getting into the already crowded streaming business. The company has partnered with Verizon for the new venture called Discovery Plus, which it says will be ready to distribute to 50 million households on day one. Discovery Plus will be available in the U.S. January 4th and will include 55,000 episodes from channels like the Food Network, HGTV, and Animal Planet. The service will be free for up to a year for new and existing Verizon customers, depending on your plan. Otherwise, it's $4.99 a month with ads and $6.99 ad-free. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Coffee Day. I'm Chelsea Nicholas, and I'm the co-chair for this year's G is for Giving, as well as a proud alumna of the University of Guam. G is for Giving is an annual campaign that kicks off on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving and runs through the end of the year. Known as Giving Tuesday, it is an international day of giving, and this year's theme is Weaving Community. On Guam, we know a little something about weaving community, as we're all intertwined and interconnected in the spirit of Inaf Malik. When one of us thrives, the island thrives. This is why I support G is for Giving's mission to support scholarships, programs, and research. As an alumna, I know how difficult it is to balance going to school and worrying about how you're going to pay for school. In these uncertain times, students are even more at risk because of economic hardship beyond their control. G is for Giving aims to bridge that gap and take away at least some of the burden. For more information on how you can give, visit give.uog.edu or call the UOG Endowment Foundation at 735-2957. Have a happy and safe holiday.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Got it. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. There's never been a better time to get your hands on the wheel of a Nissan automobile. Why is that? Why? All right. Showed you a picture not that long ago of the Titan, and I wanted to show you one of my other favorite trucks in the whole wide world. It's Frontier. It's a Frontier. You take a look at this thing. Look at first of all, it's the color red. Second of all, is a big cab. Third of all, it's got a bed for stuff, and it's got a ski rack on the top. That's not a ski rack. You know what that's for?
What's that for?
That's for your lumberjack girlfriend to haul her stand-up paddleboard. Yeah. That's what that's for. I'm telling you. No, because it looks like it'll take 2 paddleboards, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So you never have to deflate it.
No.
Anyway, so here's the deal. Nissan will cover the first 3 payments on this for you. So December, January, February, that's all covered. They will give you a check equal to 3 of the payments that you've got to make, and then we'll trust you to go ahead and make those payments. If you don't, nobody will be the wiser. Honey, did they give you the check for the Nissan? Are they making the payment? Yes, dear, they are. Honest. Have you seen my new gun? Financing as low as 1.99%. Brand new Nissan starting as low as $84 a pay period. Now, the Frontier that you're looking at right now, 9-speed transmission. And I thought that was stick transmission. And as it turns out, no, it's automatic. And what that means when they've got 9 in there, it just makes for a smoother transition from one gear to another. And it also includes what I like to refer to as the Jesus get me out of here, punch it gear. And that's the one you just put bam right down to the floor, boom. And that Frontier is history, baby. Ninja dust, pow. So try that out. Go find Ann Blas, Carlo Guanlao, and Jan Pimuanton, and they will take you on a test drive today and start working on some paper for you. Ray Gibson Show is also being brought to you by the guys over at Chili's. And I know times are tough these days. We were talking about that earlier, and it might be just a whole lot easier for you to do what I've been doing for years, and that is go buy people gift certificates. Like I know that there are people that want to spend all day at the Max counter at DFS. So I used to just go and get a whole bunch of gift certificates from DFS and hand those things out. I used to do the same thing with Macy's, but this year I'm going to be doing it with food. You can stuff stockings with a gift that sizzles and supports local businesses. Gift cards from Chili's Guam. You buy $50 in gift cards, and they'll give you one for yourself, or it's another $10 bonus card that you can give to somebody else that maybe you weren't thinking of. Here, can I piece of advice I learned from Sonny Shelton, the great Sonny Shelton from Guam Music back in the day. And Sonny always had a wrapped gift in the car.
Oh.
And I'll tell you why. This is one of the reasons why people loved him. And here's the reason why. Because, holiday season, things like that, you're going to go to somebody's place and they're going to go, oh, good, you're here. And then come out and give you a present that they bought you. And you're going, And he'd go, oh, that's right. Sorry, yours is in the car. I'll be right back. And he would go back to the car and come back with a bottle of Chivas or something. It was in a wrapper.
Genius.
I know it. Absolutely genius. And so this is the idea. So you get the 5 cards, you give them away. You're going to go to somebody's house. They're going to slip you an envelope and you go, oh, that's right. Here's your gift certificate. Here's your gift card. So keep that in mind. Do the same thing. I was going to say, this is going to suck. You know what? One of the other things that speaking of gift certificate, commercial for Chili's is over, by the way, for those of you that are listening with a stopwatch. One of my big deals, I've been a tradition for years, is to give movie passes, movie gift certificates. I'd go to Gagnon Shopping Center and I'd buy $100 worth of gift certificates. $10. That'll get you in, get you a buck, a thing of popcorn, whatever. And now I can't do that. They're closed.
Every year I get that from you, and I'm like,
yes.
I wonder what's in here.
Well, I used to.
I'm just kidding.
That's
I'm
right.
grateful for it, man. I watch some good movies with those.
One of the things that I used to do back in the day was also give pens. I'd go to Hakabatan, and you could buy back in the day, a gift pack of Parker pens, a dozen of them. And
quality stuff.
Yeah. Oh, the good pens.
Yeah.
And give them away to guys in radio because radio guys never had pens. Is the thing. So
it's true.
And so Hakabatan is closed. Thanks for nothing there. 9:11 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show continues after these, or this, or whatever it is that you're doing in there.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, thanks very much. One of the conversations I had with Chris Duane is actually pondering the idea of maybe taking a staycation and letting him take care of the show for me. And Enrico Blankenflor says, great idea. Go ahead and take Saturday and Sunday off. Frowny face. Making a frowny face. Let me see. Lynn McAfee says, the people have been kicked out of their house. There's no allowing the public into the legislature for hearings. Everything is behind closed doors. Secret. For Tony Uggan, eating and breathing in auto fumes. That's right. In the lines. Post Canteen need to introduce a bill to either prorate or forgive 2021 business licenses and fees. Agree. 1,000%. May I chime in on that? So this is the way the world works. Is there's all kinds of, as the man points out, fees and licenses and all of these other things that have expired or will expire in 2020. And everybody, they're all saying, well, just call and make an appointment. Number one, find somebody at Reverend Tax that will answer the phone. If people go, well, do you have a secret number for Daphne? Is that how you get a hold of her? Yes, it is. because there's nobody down there going to answer the phone. And if you are lucky enough to get somebody on the phone and say, well, okay, I gotta do a driver's license. I think it was Pam Duvall earlier on Facebook Live had chimed in. She's got an appointment to get one of the girls a real ID. Are you ready for this? In August next year.
Oh. Way to plan ahead.
Guys, the amount of slip that's going to be happening in the government of Guam, and this is another one of those things that we've really got to get people into thinking about doing something like this. At some point, and maybe this will be one of the things that gets lifted after 14 days at 5 Cabreras or smaller. This is one of those things that are we going to reopen all of the government of Guam, all of the front-facing deals? And how long is it going to take? At 50% capacity, standard mitigation, right? How long will it take to get through what they've already got? Never mind all of the new licenses and renewals and things that they've got to do for next year. So, post-canteen, I'm with you. If it was me, if I was the governor, if I was the Ayatollah, I would just say, look, anything that expired in 2020 will expire after the middle of 2021 if things are going well for us. And then I would hire a private companies to do all the new stuff. And you're probably tired of hearing about it, and I don't care because, what else you got? But my daughter should have gotten a driver's license in September. She should have actually taken the test for a driver's license in September, but we were in PCOR 1 at the time again, and so she wasn't able to do that. And so now we're going to have to basically start the process all over again. And it's going to be sometime in 2021, maybe, that she'll be able to get that test and go through with the rest of this, if we're doing it in GovGuam time. So my recommendation, privatize. Just privatize it. And take a look at this graduated plan that we have, which I've never been in favor of. And just do it the way we did it before. You take a written test. And if you pass the written test, we'll schedule you for Mr. Real Joe, who is going to ask you to meet me at, where did I have mine? Assen. Camp Assen was in the 70s, was where I took my driver's test. And it was in an old Mariana Sales Datsun pickup truck with no air conditioning, AM radio only, and standard transmission. Did it have power steering?
No.
It wasn't even invented then. It wasn't even invented. This how long ago it was. The guy didn't care whether I had my seatbelt on or not. He got in the passenger side, and he says, "Okay, you know where the cathedral is?" I said, "Yes." He says, "Drive that way." So we drove to where the cathedral was, and kind of made the way around. And before we left again, he picked out a spot over at the post office and said, "Parallel park there." And I did. And he drove. He didn't say anything all the way back to Assen, and got there and said, "Okay, you passed." Signed off on the paperwork. A couple of days later, I got my driver's license, and that was it. There was no, you've got 6 months and you're going to drive with your mom and dad, and then somebody has to have a license in the car and not at night, and then you can drive at night, and then you can do this, that, or the other, and then you got to take it. You know what? Screw all of that. People aren't going to have time for that. Nobody will have time to oversee that. The quick and dirty is it will just open up a place over 5 or 6 places on Guam, right? I'm thinking 76 Circle K gas stations, and take an online test, pass or fail. And if you pass, it'll spit out a receipt with your score. Take this to the guy at the Department of Revenue and Taxation Saturday morning at 7 o'clock, and go for a spin around the block. Come back and get here's the paperwork. Show up again the next day and get your driver's license, and then we're done, and then we're finished, and we should be able to move through a whole lot of people through that process. Of course, it's never, ever, ever going to happen, because I'm asking for it. Somebody will say, "Man, that's a good idea," but Ray already put it on the radio. It's gonna make it look like he's got some kind of clout in this town. Forget it. We can't do that. They'll come up with another modified scheme based on my hypotheticals. 9:17 in the morning, and one of the stories that Mono was talking about and almost brought a tear to my eye is we know that there is not going to be an illuminated Christmas village in Tumon this year. And then word in the newspaper also says there ain't going to be no fireworks show. Nothing on New Year's Eve to ring in 2021. And I'll tell you what, if there was ever a year where we needed to exorcise the demons, it's this year. We need to make that noise and scare away the bad demons of 2020 and make it safe for 2021.
Not even in Agate? We're not going to have fireworks?
I told you to find char for us.
I've been trying.
Right? Now, I'll tell you why this is a serious story, but first I wanted to hear from the guy that would be doing the fireworks show if GVB had the dough for it and we weren't worried about social distancing. Jeff Sanchez, a.k.a. Jeff Jams.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
How you doing?
Good, man, good. I'm always listening to your show. This morning I was just busy doing some stuff, but I'm glad to be talking to you this morning.
Well, I'm glad that you're on the line here with me this morning, and aren't you glad that you got out of the DJ business? Because those guys have had nobody. Can you imagine how much money is being lost for the Pala Pala guys and the Christmas party guys this year?
Hey, man, look, we never did that for the money. If it was for the money, we'd be out of it a long time ago. We do it for the love. I still have my setup in my room. I whip out the records, put them on the turntables, and spin away every morning. That's my breakfast.
Oh, still?
Still,
yeah. How about that? Right
always
on.
a DJ partner. Yeah.
Well, you know what you ought to do, because this is right up your alley. If you're not doing fireworks, then maybe there ought to be a thing there. Maybe we do oh man, it'd be so cool, super cool, right? We do some kind of I don't want to say Zoom because the audio quality on Zoom absolutely sucks. But there's got to be a way to do something where you got guys like you and Daryl and 20 other guys on Guam, and then maybe even hook up with some guys in Hawaii. Maybe Tony So could come in and because it's one audio stream and 5 or 6 mixers feeding into that stream. Wouldn't that be wicked?
Yeah, we just got to find a media outlet that won't, censor us and shut us off, man. That's the biggest problem. These guys love to do this, and I'd love to do it too, but the minute you put copyrighted stuff on the air, boom, it gets shut down. So
that's well,
not even an outlet.
You'd need to do, and I can show you some of the guys. I can turn you on to a couple of network guys that might be able to do kind of a one-off. And right. it's because it's your bandwidth and it's your channel essentially. You can do anything you want to with it. Like we do Star 101, and in fact this station we're the point.gu, right? So if I was only broadcasting to the point.gu, I could put whatever I wanted to in there because that's my own pipe.
Yeah, we need to come into your station then. I'll crowd in there with all our turntables.
Dude, man, crazy times. We'd love to. So when did they tell you that they weren't going to be needing your services for New Year's?
That's the funny part. And I posted this on Facebook. The thing is, I knew because they hadn't told me. Nobody's reached out. And usually by October, we're already booked and stuff. And it's not to say anything bad about anybody, but I know when you're hearing crickets, and you got a few weeks to prepare, it ain't going to happen. So, reality is, and I was looking forward, man, to writing COVID on every shell and blasting it away and blowing it up for, to kiss 2020 goodbye. But, man, looks like we're going to be quiet this year, or at least, on my end anyway.
Well, I mean, do you have anything in the inventory? You got any supply?
Ray, it's the same thing I told you at Liberation, man. We're stocked and ready to go. It's just a matter of, getting that stuff out. And, despite shows or no shows, we are paying for the security to watch this stuff. We're paying for the storage, everything. So it's we're a small business as well, just like everybody else.
So if a bunch of guys got together, just like the pandemic Pew Pew Boys, and we got a couple of $100 a piece together, and said, Jeff, tell you what, we'd like to do a little bit of a fireworks show, maybe at a private, undisclosed location. Could you do something along those lines?
It'd
be private and undisclosed right up until you fired the first one off.
Well, here's the thing, and people don't realize it. Every time we do a show, there's a lot that goes into, aside from like the permits and all of the regulations. I got to buy the insurance on this stuff, so it really costs more than a couple $100 here and there. I wish I could do that, otherwise you'd see it more. But and that's really the the thing that kind of makes it happen or not happen. And in this case, without any tourists, and the occupancy minus below 20%, it's like reality is it might not happen. But
I think the only
I'm
reason
hoping,
why the
man,
numbers, the only reason why the numbers are where they are, I think, is because of the COVID quarantines. Otherwise, I know that we're not bringing in that many people here on Guam. Even the numbers in Hawaii are a tenth of what they were this time last year, 922. But the possibility would exist. I mean, so don't write it off completely.
No,
I mean, you'd
don't
still
write
be
it
able to
off,
put a
man.
15-minute show together if somebody over at the governor's office leapt in and said, GVB can't do a fireworks show, but here we are at the governor's office, and we think the people of Guam deserve a fireworks show.
Man.
You'd
Yep,
be able to put
straight
together
up.
a few
And
minutes.
We can do something, and that's what I'm still remaining hopeful. You know me, I'm always kind of like on the positive side. And if the government can step up, find a few people, and make some wheels and deals, we can make it happen. The other one that's looking at a possibility of doing something is the Navy. So they're trying to decide whether they want to do a New Year's thing. So I'm hoping for that as well.
Yeah, well, they don't need as much by way of permits, et cetera. They can just make a phone call and come and because they permit everything on their own side if they want to anyway. 9:23 in the morning. Now I want to turn you on to something, and it's something that we're beginning to see more and more of. And I got a local guy, Charlie, and I can give you get you some contact information if I haven't already. And there's a big conversation taking place about drones. Are you looking into the? You remember the Super Bowl a couple of years ago? Lady Gaga got up there, and Pepsi did the big halftime show, and that was done with a handful of drones. They're doing them now with drones in the thousands. And
I tell you what, as soon as I saw that a year ago or a year and a half ago, I called up my good friend Albert. Chronic Albert, and he's the go-to drone guy here on Guam. I called him. I said, "Hey, man, I'm thinking about this, putting this together with fireworks. What do you think?" He said, "Make it happen, and I'll make it happen." So, yeah, that definitely is something that,
I got a guy. I got it. So with your permission, I'm gonna bounce him your contact information and see if we can get the two of you together. And because we were talking about this, and he said, "Ray, if you could synchronize an armada, if you will, of drones in the skies to any one song, what would it be?" And I immediately flashed back to when you were doing King's Lights and Sound, and we did that demo over at the Sheraton.
Man.
And so this guy comes out. This Jeff Jams back in the day. Hopefully somebody's got it on video. Guy comes out, and he's got every kind of stage light you can imagine. You remember how busy it was at the Onyx and the big trellis that they had up on the thing. Anyway, so Jeff comes up, and he's got 50 more items. He's got laser beams, and he's got these lights on elevators, and he's got this that focuses there. Every color imaginable. And this is back before LEDs and everything, right? So everything had to have its own color gel and that kind of thing.
Right.
So he comes up, and he does a light show based on Queen's Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
Which is
only the hardest song. And before the movie came out, we were doing light shows to that song. Right?
Before the movie came out, but the thing is, you also did it before computers came out. I mean, you could have sequenced everything. Now you could sequence everything on a computer, and everything has got matrix control, and we can never mind just turning the light on. We can change the color temperatures. We can change the colors. All of this kind of thing. You were doing some incredible stuff back then.
You're taking me back. That was early '90s, right?
Dude, that was before cell phones, man.
Now we're dating ourselves, buddy.
Imagine what you could do with the drone technology and computers and what we know about music and choreography. So I'm gonna hook you up with my buddy Charlie and wish you both good luck, because it doesn't look like we're gonna be doing a fireworks show anytime soon. But
hey, and if you know anybody that has $500,000, that probably pay for that too. So. Put them in that conversation, and then we can make it happen.
Yeah, well, the other thing I got to do is get you back to work in the F&Bs. Now, there was a significant investment made by all of the guys that do sound, light, camera reinforcement for every kind of banquet and gala that we used to have over in the hotels back in the free times. And so Jeff went out and bought himself, and maybe you saw it at the Hyatt a couple of times, projection systems where everything was interlinked, interwoven video, so that you've got 3 or 4 projectors. They're all projecting different things, but the edges are weaved in so finely that you can't see the break in it. So you could take a wall that was 125 feet across and show one long continuous image on that. Plus, it was Jeff we were talking to this time last year, whose gig was the nightly nativity showing over at the museum.
The museum, yep. First of its kind. We were video mapping and doing stuff that was synchronized to lights. I mean, this is all cutting edge and innovative stuff, but it really takes even, the government to say, hey, let's do something special this year. Let's do something that's never been done. Let's keep everybody's morale and excitement up for the island, not just for the tourists, but for our local people. And that's what I'm hoping happens this year, man. It's not too late.
Not too late. So, folks, if you're interested, you want to get a hold of Jeff Jams, how do we find you?
Ray, call Ray Gibson. No.
All right, fine. It's the A team. He finds you. But if you need,
jamsmedia.com.
What's that?
Jamsmedia.com. I got a website that has everything that we do.
Right on. You on Facebook too?
Yeah, definitely. Got to be.
All right, perfect. Jeff, always a pleasure. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Hope I get to see you at work sometime soon.
Absolutely, Ray. And if you see something going off at New Year's, somebody made it happen. So thank you.
Happy to be a part of that. Like I said, I want to keep you employed. Let's burn up some inventory and get some new stuff.
Appreciate you, man. God bless you.
How good look. We said 9:28 in the morning. Great guy. He's always been one of those kind of kuyas in my life. He's just, when you need him, you call him. He's the guy. So we talk about the high-tech stuff, right? Here's the high-tech fireworks. We can have drone technology conversation. We can talk about lights and sounds and blah, blah, blah. But here's the other utility I have with Jeff Jams. When we go down to Marine Corps Drive for Liberation festivities, I need a stage. Just a small one. Just a 2-foot riser, runs 8 feet in one direction, 5 in the other, and he's got one of those things. So it's if you want the high end stuff, you get the high end stuff. If you just need something to stand on that's 2 feet high off the ground, we can help you out with that as well. 9:29 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Who didn't we get a hold of yet? Officer Paul Val?
Yeah, I've been trying. He's probably busy. I tried Macris. I'm waiting on him.
Okay. Well, and the reason why I just want to figure out, what other conversation I wanted to have,
and Angel Sablon
in the program. So here's where this is where we were yesterday, and one of them we were talking about the slip in the government of Guam that's going to be occurring, and I'd mentioned that one of the things that was alarming to me was the idea that people are going to have a hard time, go buy a gun, but can you get the thing registered? Can you get the firearms permit? And I had them confused in my head. Our buddy Ray Joe Fernandez,
yes,
sent Real Joe a note, said, inform Gibson. It's like extreme unction. There's 2 words there, Ray Gibson, but thanks anyway, Ray Joe. Inform Gibson that the GPD Armory has been doing business Monday through Friday since the government started up in late October. All he has to do is email guns at gpd.guam.gov to schedule a time and date when he can come in to register his new gun. Don't get records and ID section confused with the Armory section. Records and IDs takes care of firearms ID. They do not firearms registration. That's what the Armory does. So I guess the point is, if I was to go to Bargain Tactical, because he had a couple of units that I was looking at, I could buy them, and without waiting for very too long, I should be able to. I should be able to get some work done on that.
Yep,
all
registered, ready to go.
Groovy. 9:30 in the morning. Tell you what, quick break, and on the way back, we'll find a way to kill a half hour.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Mezcla Dos Upper Tumon are now open for takeout and delivery services. For more information, call now at 479-2652 or 3 or Mezcla Dos at 646-6295. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comfort of your own home. They take your local favorite dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
245. Now, I'm not trying to count. 245 is a great new deal that they've got over at the Wendy's place. And how does it work? Well, you go over to the Wendy's. You can call in if you want to, FYI, and they'll meet you out at the curbside. But you go by Wendy's, and you got $5 in your pocket. Here's what you can get for it: either a new classic chicken, or a Dave's single, or a spicy chicken sandwich, or 10-piece nugget. Now, from all of those that I just told you, pick two for $5. Now, this is a fantastic deal. They don't do it all the time, because if they did, they'd be out of business. But for you, for right now, 2 for $5, a deal waiting for you at Wendy's. Now that's better. Oh, this is nice. They get the Christmas lights up there and the music in the background. This is just perfect. God bless us, everyone. Thank you, Tiny Tim. Thanks for the music. 9:33 on the Ray Gibson Show. So,
an angel gets its wings.
So Canada's got a couple of stories come out in the last couple of hours. This one here seems a little bit fresh. News from the Guam Police Department. This is why we can't find Tapao. The Guam Police Department is currently investigating the report of found skeletal remains by the Navy substation in Maina. Preliminary reports suggest that a ground maintenance worker discovered the skeletal remains by the jungle line near that substation. Detectives from GPD's Criminal Investigation Division were activated, in which the skeletal remains, which appeared to be aged, were collected and delivered to the Chief Medical Examiner's office for an examination. The case remains open pending the findings of the CME.
Who's that?
I don't know. We don't.
Sorry.
It's your turn. It's your turn next week. You just go in there, and just put some Vicks up your nostril, and then you won't be able to smell the decaying flesh. So an important detail left out of this story, and maybe it's because the cops didn't tell him, but the first question I would have asked was, does it have a head? You remember they found a skull?
Yeah, the skull.
They found a skull last week. Over at in Agana.
Adelup,
over by Adelup, which is down the hill from Maina. And they're,
True.
Find the hikers. They'll tell you that there's ways, there's probably all kinds of different ways to go from a river or a stream down into something that collects. And maybe, with all of the crazy, maybe it's possible the body, the skeletal remains had been there for some time. As they say, it looked aged. And at some point, the head part came away from the rest of it. So that, in my mind, is the interesting question. Is there a skull attached to that body? Or is it possible, if it's not, maybe there's two sets? That's right. Quincy Gibson. That's me. That's my buddy Dennis Larson. And I'm sorry, Dennis, I am remiss. Dennis actually sent in a couple of pictures this morning that I have neglected to play. And this is where we come down to, these are the important moments. We can spend a lot of time with news. And spent a lot of time back and forth with movers and shakers and headline makers and cracking wise with Janella from DPHSS. But every once in a while, it comes down to just seeing people enjoying living their life on Guam. Yesterday, Dennis sent a note, beautiful picture of the boat basin about an hour before sunrise. Still calm waters. At the boat basin, just a gorgeous moonlit picture. And have you seen the moon lately? And he said he heard the Wahoo are running. Let's go get ours, and they did.
Wow,
isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at it. That's just gorgeous. So here's the deal: you fry that up, put some of that honey on it, or Wahoo steaks.
Yeah,
Wahoo Kelligwan. I'm just going all the way through this. Sesame, yeah. So there you go. Who's that the partner? It's hard to tell. There's a gator on. Is that Viv?
I can't tell.
I can't tell. But if they're running and it looks like they are in decent sizes, then that's groovy. So that's one of the pictures. I appreciate that, Dennis. Thank you very much for sending that out here. John Onich who has got the workout bench, and he's putting it to use today. You want to see a picture of how
Sure,
John's?
yeah, let's see what he's
for those of
working
you
out
on Facebook Live,
see
just
his routine.
Yeah. Do you even lift, bro? Yeah, this is what it looks like over at John Ananich's places. So he's got the workout deal. Perfect for 12-ounce curls.
Looks like he's going extra.
That's it, bro. Get hard, man. This is the last time you heard that.
Get hard.
I haven't seen that in, oh my God, gym days. Oh, every once in a while I'll ponder that. Every once in a while. But I don't know. I need, you know what I need to do? And I did it once at the what do you call it, down the street. They got the Paradise Fitness, the ultra extra one that they've got down there.
Oh yeah, the executive.
Yeah. So I did a couple of days there. Somebody offered me a 3-day pass. You know what I found out when they offer you a 3-day pass? It's 3 days in a row.
Oh, you can't just pick a day when you want to go. You got to finish it up in 3 days.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to get the third day, but I enjoyed it. And it had been a while since I'd been inside of a gym, a working gym. I like the treadmills, and I got decent weight rooms, little, the stream room, that kind of thing. So I thought that was pretty cool. But and every once in a while I think, they reopened the one in Agana. Maybe I'm going to run down to there. But you still run into the same thing. Do I have to wear my mask while I'm in the gym working out?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Man, it's weird. People go to the gym so they can see people.
That's right.
Chicks, I mean.
That's
that's
yoga, ma'am. Those are nice yoga pants, ma'am. We're not going there to actually. I mean, some of the guys. That's why they had the weight room in the back. Good. So the grunters are back there.
Yeah.
The guys that are grunting and just barely able to hold it. Every once in a while, you get boom, where they drop 750 pounds on something, and thank God it's not their feet. But out out in the front, we're using the yoga balls and free weights,
spin classes,
exactly,
yoga pants,
exactly. So I'm curious about the mitigation that I got to go through there. So I'm going to wait until because I've got to tell you, I miss it. This is just a small talk portion of the program. It's just me rattling crap off in my head. One of the reasons why I spend a lot of time at the beach is because nobody in their right mind is wearing a mask at the beach, and you can see people's faces. I cannot tell you, it is beyond frustrating. Where, walking around a store, walking a Payless or something like that, and you see somebody and you go, wow, it's an incomplete picture. You can't tell what their face looks like. And, single guys, right? We're checking out everybody's face, among other things.
Yeah.
So you're not able to do that. You can see the eyes, but there's not as much expression in the eyes as you would get if you could see cheekbones, if you could see the rest of the face, if you could see a smile.
Yeah.
If you could see the Duffy in
That's
the teeth.
Important, yeah.
Ooh, Duffy. Never mind that one. You get that from the Keck, right? Never mind, but thanks. I miss that kind of thing. Though there is a benefit. And we were talking about this earlier as well. And this will sound just like the most antisocial thing that you'll ever hear on the radio. But I'm sure that you've more than once have been someplace going, oh, God, there's Ray Gibson. And you pull your ball cap down a little bit more, put the sunglasses on, you got the face mask. I don't know it's you. I might be right next to you. You might actually owe me money for something. I might actually owe you money, but you don't want to talk about it or get into it at the Payless. So you can almost completely anonymize yourself when you're wearing masks and gaiters and things like that. Unless you've got one of those real a distinctive walk or a distinctive body type. 688 buns.
I've been identifying people by their walks and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know what I've been doing because I'm just of a curious nature is if I see somebody that I think might be attractive, I'll make the investment. I'll follow them to their car.
Yeah.
Hadn't thought of that, have you? You say, oh man, Gibson, that's the brilliant one there. Yes, thank you very much. I'll be here all week. 888-255-888-TAL. Okay, Randy Landis says, that's a lot of reps. Rico Blancafor says, nice fish, great for sashimi. Hey, here's an idea, Rico. Maybe we could get Dennis to come by in one of the pew-pews. We've got another pew-pew coming up on December the 12th, and so get into a little bit of an announcement here. Hi, Ray, gun guy, Second Amendment guy, that kind of thing. And it is vitally important that you get your practice in, that you get some range time in. And so about once a month, we have been getting together for the Points Pandemic Pew Pew. Generally, it's guys like me and Red and Turbio and Rico Blancaflor and Dave Torrey that get together and put these things out. Why? Number one, because we like to shoot our guns. Sometimes we even aim. Like last weekend, I had to aim. But there's also educational opportunities. So make the pitch again. This is a totally girl-friendly thing. We had, 3 or 4 really good-looking girls that showed up on Sunday last week. Not one of them got hit on.
See?
Because one of them brought their husband.
Oh.
But anyway, nobody got hit on, and everybody for the most part got to fire a gun and try out different guns. So my friend Joanna is an example. The one who my nickname for is Jailbait.
Yeah.
She would go from one to the other and says, "Can I try out your gun?" So yeah, there's 5 rounds in there. Go and then bang, bang, bang. And she says, "Okay, I like this," or "It's got too much of a kick for me. It's a little bit heavy, not petite enough. Does it come in pink?" Those kinds of very important questions. Very important questions. So she's got permits. She's got everything that she needs, but she doesn't have a weapon. She hasn't made the decision. And there are some people that have made the decision on what kind of weapon that they just don't get enough range time. So we've got something convenient. It's safe. There's a lot of experienced people around. And so the one we're doing, it's a rare one on the 12th. It's going to be a Saturday. The 12 Days of Christmas Pew, I think is what we're calling it. 11 o'clock, PD Range Alpha this time. And the reason why we're doing it on a Saturday is because I've got some friends in law enforcement that I'd like to have come by. Now, number one, just because I'd like to shoot with them, that's always fun. Stop that. That's real Joe did that, not me. I ain't no snitch, pig. Oh, I guess I am. I just did, right? I just snitched on you. I know my rights, pig. I ain't no snitch. But anyway, but the other thing is, maybe before we get everything started, I might have 1 or 2 of them get up there and go, okay, here's what you need to know if you are pulled over and you have a gun. These are what they tell us in cop school about the distinction between open carry and concealed carry. So I've got a concealed carry. But if I wanted to, could I, as just exercising my Second Amendment rights, walk up and down Marine Corps Drive with my Glock out? I was careful how I said that. Could I do something like that without getting in trouble? And so it'd be nice to hear from the cops. Now, if you pull me over and what do I need to do? I mean, I'm serious. I don't know what to say. They might have taught me this in gun safety school, but that was a long time ago. So what's the deal? I mean, if Bagaforo pulls me over. Baggy, right? And I've got, there's a gun. It's right there. Do I just say, hey, Baggy, then my pistol is out, bro? Do I do that?
Yeah.
But what if I don't? What if it's concealed in the car? I got a little gun safe thing over there. What if it's concealed in there?
Don't ask, don't tell.
Do I tell him? Do I say just
I don't think
just in case just in case you're wondering? Yeah, there's a weapon in the car. Do I have to have the blue card with the weapon? That was one of the things.
That's a good question.
That was one of the things that we were taught is accept no substitute. The blue card. Do I absolutely positively have to have that? Rico B, I love this, says first-time shooters will let you shoot a .22 caliber and a .380. 380, 381, whatever it takes. Is that the Cabrera?
Yeah.
Is it .380? How many fells is that? That's if you make the conversion, that's 3.8 Cabreras. We're at 3.4 today for the third day and counting under 5 Cabreras or less. I was yakking about that with somebody on the Facebook, and he says, that would be something if the Cabrera score were actually meaningful. I mean, if it meant, it obviously does to him, and it obviously does to people over at the governor's office. But it's not like we're going to call the CDC and try to get off their level 4 list by going, but we're at 3.4 Cabreras, and they're going to go, what? The car score, man. Come on, man, the car score. Surely you must know what the car score is. And I don't know that they do. I think it's our own kind of invention. Don't they say that in one of the ads? One of the Strive for 5 ads that they've got out there? Hold on. I think I might be able to get to one of them in the newspapers here fairly quick. Free 9 testing. Not that one. Kathy. There it is. Strive for 5 Guam. The COVID area risk score is unique to Guam, they say. Oh, and they give the formula. Daily new cases per 100,000. You're lost already.
Yeah. Sorry.
Daily new cases times radical test positivity rate. So the square root of the test positivity rate times the effective retransmission value, the RT. Which one of those is constant? Do we know?
No.
I thought the RT might be constant. Forgot to go to med school, but I did go to math school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how we achieve our car score, ladies and gentlemen. Which number is easy to get? The daily new case per 100,000. We should be able to do. You should be able to do that, Real Joe. Stand at the board. times the square root of the test positivity rate, which is a number derived from another mathematical formula, times the effective retransmission value, the RT of the disease. And that's how we get the car score, ladies and gentlemen. And we're at 3.4. And if we make it for, I don't know, 14 days, another 11 days, I think, according to Cousin Troy's mathematics, because 3 minus 14 equals, Joe?
5.
Good man. Dwayne, this guy, right? So maybe we'll get there. God, they're still talking about guns on the Facebook Live. Rico says virtually no recoil on those calibers. Absolutely right. But I'm not going to shoot somebody with a 22 because the guys that I would shoot with a 22, that just make them mad. You'll just piss them off. What's we got? The Anthony Lowley says you must carry the blue card. I don't want to carry the blue card.
You know what people do is they Xerox copy the blue card
on blue paper
and they miniaturize it. And they laminate it and they carry it in their wallet so that it's easy to show. And
right. But no, I hear that.
Yeah.
Or give me another, just Xerox it, period, and carry that around and keep the blue card in the safe. The weapon is registered, so why can't I do that? But apparently, I was told the way the law was written, it was if you're going to carry that gun, you got to carry that blue card with you while you've got it in your possession.
It's left open to interpretation.
Absolutely. Sure thing. 9:49 in the morning. Let's grab a quick break. When I return, we'll talk about the state of the PS5 wars in at least Taiwan and how it turned out badly for a gamer in that country.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumont or call 646-1463.
Did you know your smartphone is one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. Developed by Google, Apple, and the PathCheck Foundation, the app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's anonymous. Add your phone to the COVID fight. Go to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations. Check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play or go to thepoint.gu.
Eddie Cruz, we call him Sharky. He usually has about 4 or 5 weapons on him at a time.
Yes, true.
And not all of them fire bullets. Just so you know. But he says, yeah, keep the blue card in the safe. I carry a copy on my phone and paper in the wallet. Also says $25 to replace the blue card. I'm one of those guys. I don't even know why we have to have them registered. Is there a reason? Yeah, Ray. So they know where you live, so they can come and get you when Biden decides he's going after the guns.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. People like to say, okay, tinfoil hat's back on, Ray. Way to go. In 9:51 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK. And finally getting around to talking to this guy, Angel Sablan from the Mayor's Council. Buenas and Hafa de Ang Het.
Buenos and half a day, Ramon. How are you?
You know, I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm a little bit distressed at one of the headlines in the newspaper this morning, and I thought I'd chat about it with you. What do you say?
Which headline?
Which headline? Well, I'm amused by the one where BJ Cruz is standing by the pandemic audit despite pushback from Adelup. And now what they reached out to BJ Cruz and he gave them a one-word answer. BJ, what do you think of Adelup's criticism of your COVID-19 audit? And BJ's answer was Stumby. What do you think?
Stumby?
Yeah, exactly. Stephen Unghet knows. The mayors consider fees for funerals, escorts, and residence verifications. And as a member of the taxpaying community here on Guam, let me just say, I don't want to pay for that crap. Anything that needs a residential verification, I think I ought to be able to just show them my power bill and see, this is where I get my electricity from. GPA knows where it is, and that's all you need to know. So why do I have to go? Can we just go through the Guam code and eliminate all of the things that say that in order to receive this service, you have to go to the mayor's office? Wouldn't that make it easier?
Oh, it certainly would. It certainly would. I mean, I wish we didn't have to be required to provide all these verifications, but I'll give you data, for example. It's like Grand Central Station, and now that COVID is here, everybody's doing it by email or phone in. But before COVID, that line was up to the church because they're all waiting for a verification, for a piece of paper, for public health, for DRT, God knows where they need it for.
So let's find a way to eliminate that, because that's part of the conversation that we have is eliminating the expenses of the government. And it seems to me that for a lot of these things, it's probably unnecessary to go and get this paperwork here from the mayors. Just let it go. And if you want to know where I live, I'll show you where the power bill or the water bill is, or the trash bill. They know where the house is.
And you're right. And I mean, even the post office, in lieu of a mayor's verification, they ask you, well, what's your utility bill that shows your physical address? I mean, it certainly can be done that way. We just, like you said, we just need to amend the statute or just eliminate it
altogether. Now, on the subject of funeral escorts here, and I know that, there are going to be some mayors that will hesitate. And in fact, a couple have been identified that are hesitating to impose any kind of fees on that kind of thing. Because it feels like, it just feels like part of that service, right? We clear the zabao, the side of the road where the rosaries are going to be, throw some cascao down on the grass, and then we'll provide some kind of an escort to the graveside for you.
You're correct, and we don't want to charge for this either. But this came about because of the drastic reduction in our operational costs for each of the mayor's offices. It went from $1 million some dollars a couple of years ago to $288,000 this fiscal year. And so we're just thinking of where are we going to get all the fuel and the maintenance of these vehicles? Well, we have to get it somewhere, and we learned that GPD charges for the same service. And for the funeral escorts, and I said, well, if they're charging, and you're right, many mayors provide the service and they don't want to charge.
Yeah.
But we're just looking at ways of trying to be able to recoup some funding to be able to continue providing the service. It's not set in stone because we haven't even the 6 people that have volunteered from the mayors to be in this group to come up with a policy. It may not be. It may be a policy that says we don't charge at all. We don't know, but.
Well, and again, though, I mean, I get the idea that we've been doing it like this for a million years, but is it a requirement now? I mean, there are many funerals that happen all around the world for which we don't have Boy Scouts parking the cars or guys from the motorcycle clubs doing escorts. Is it possible to just say, look, when somebody dies, the hearse goes in the front, family cars in the back, and we're not stopping for traffic lights or any of that stuff. You just got to follow the rules of the road.
Yes, but we're on Guam. That's our culture. We help each other. We try to provide whatever service we can to our community, and so eliminating it altogether, I don't think would ever happen. But of course, providing the service by the mayors at no cost will probably continue to happen.
Yeah.
Unless something comes up, but it's just put on the table there. Because we don't want the legislation to come back to us and say, well, what have you guys been doing to see and try to recoup your costs or try to enhance?
Well, the first question that I would ask is, what are you guys doing to eliminate expenses? So, I mean, if these are services that you want to continue to do, you're going to have to find operations in the mayoral offices and in the villages that you are no longer able to provide, and then you got to sell that to the constituents. Good luck.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, well, we're going to be having town hall meetings on this. So yeah, we'll hear the pulse of the public.
Can I give you one? I have a suggestion. I have a cunning plan, Angel Sublime. Is you know how the village mayors are peace officers and they can issue citations for dirty yards and loose dogs and trash piled up and all of that kind of thing. Let's go ahead and issue some citations and issue some fees and penalties and use some of that at the mayors.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what's so bad about that, Ramon, is that EPA also has the same authority, and they've issued citations and they don't get anywhere.
That's true. That's true. You're absolutely right. I remember reading the stories about that where you do have guys at EPA that basically here's the fine and we're going to forgive it. Just clean the place up. Maybe.
Nothing else gets thrown out.
Yep. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's possible. Now, I'm not crazy about the idea of mayors issuing citations to raise funds for the villages, but maybe there's something they could do, raise funds, and some of the money go to the court to adjudicate it. Some of the money stays with the mayor's council to help administer those funds on an equal basis, a pro rata island-wide to all the different parts of the community. You know, I wish I had more time. We talk about the trash pickups and the solid waste drives that you guys are going to be doing. We'll save that for another conversation, all right?
Sure. Well, I'm always available.
I know you are. Angel, I appreciate your time. We'll talk to you soon. Merry Christmas. See you at Home Depot.
All
right,
same to you, brother. And please take care.
A couple of minutes away from 10 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888 is the telephone number around here. But we're done, right? For all intents and purposes, the show's over.
It's almost Friday.
In my head, I'm already there. It's already there. Mayors want to be reelected, so there ain't going to be any fines. Jose says, aren't some services overlapped by already existing government agencies? Of course it is. Of course, Dirty Harry Gun, boom, boom, bang, bang, matayao. Rico B says 22 cal 380s are good calibers to introduce new shooters with. Some get shocked with the recoil, even with the 9mm. And well, you saw me shooting with the 9mm over the weekend. You know how in effect it's funny. I'm more accurate with the 45 than I am with the 9mm, and that is to say, out of every 10 shots, I might get one with the 45, and sometimes with the 9 I don't get any. But that's not why I go. Can I tell you the reason why I go? I like to shoot my gun. That's it. And they go, well, do you hit anything, buddy? I'm not even aiming. I come out there, charge the gun, bang, 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 bang. All right, here comes another clip, bang, 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 bang. And I'm pretty good for the rest of the weekend. Find out how great that is. December 12th, 11 o'clock, PD Range Alpha for the 12 days of Pew. I got to go because you can hear the phones going off already. So here's the way we're going to do this. For Real Joe Cruz, Jerry Roberts, and Montesilva Tyrant, my name is Ray Gibson saying thanks very much for listening. Catch us tomorrow. No Frowny Face Friday. Gayest shirt in the closet, even though I might already be wearing it. Gayest shirt in the closet. We're going to go through another incredible Friday morning. Stand by now. Fox News Live here on The Point.
It has their support. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The top Democratic leaders in Congress signaling support for a bipartisan coronavirus relief package.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer say in the spirit of compromise, a $908 billion coronavirus proposal introduced this week by several Republican and Democratic senators should be used as the basis for immediate negotiations. The dollar figure represents far less than the more than $2 trillion preferred by Democratic leaders, and it includes a liability provision desired by Republicans. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has been less supportive of the proposal, arguing his plan, spending about $500 billion and relying on unspent COVID relief funds, would be signed into law by President Trump. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President-elect Joe Biden also backs it, but he wants a larger aid package.
The full Congress should come together and pass a robust package of relief to address your urgent needs now.
Biden made a comment at a virtual roundtable on the economy. The Food and Drug Administration is now considering emergency approval of the Pfizer vaccine for COVID-19. CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield says they will not be sacrificing safety for speed.
I do think the FDA is really looking at the rigor to make sure that they really turn over every stone to look at this data to make sure they understand fully what the safety profile is, what the side effects are, so that there can be transparency for the American public.
The approval for the vaccine could come as soon as next week. Then the first doses would be distributed. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar has said it will go to healthcare workers and long-term care facility residents first. The vaccine was approved in the UK today. Rafer Johnson, who won the decathlon at the 1960 Rome Olympics and helped subdue Robert F. Kennedy's assassin, has died. He was 86. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, download and listen to The Untold Story